Good morning and happy NCAA Day. We finally made it. This is the end of the season. This is win or go home time. It's May 5th. Welcome to May. Welcome to the NCAAs. This is your host, Peri Sheinin, joined by perhaps one of the best producers in the entire world. Best producer in tennis. Hot take. Not that hot take. He is Daniel Westoff. We are thrilled to be bringing you the NCAA tournament here on the Cracked Racquets YouTube channel on NCAA.com. Again, this is Peri Sheinin. We will have matches for you all day. If you're doing something in the morning, no worries. We'll be here in the afternoon. Doing something in the afternoon, we'll be here in the evening. So join us today as we bring you the best of college tennis. This is the NCAA Team Championships opening rounds. We're going to start with Vanderbilt ETSU women at Ohio State. Ohio State, of course, the top 8 seeds, so they host this match. We will start with all 3 doubles in action this morning as we see court 1, 2, and 3 just starting up the matches. We see here closest to us to serve on the big screen is Celia Belmore from Vanderbilt. And of course, the opening rounds of the NCAA. This is the time for top teams to get settled in. And of course, times for perhaps an ETSU to see if they can take down a power like Vanderbilt. And Belmore starts off with a double fault, getting some nerves out early here at the NCAAs. Belmore playing at this number 1 single spot with Marcela Cruz. Marcela Cruz is at net. And something to watch with Celia Belmore is really that kick serve on the first and second serve. So very talented on the doubles court, as we see at this number 1 line for the Vanderbilt Commodores. Vanderbilt does drop the opening 2 points of this game, though. And so it's 3 break points for ETSU. ETSU, of course, is in this position in the first round of the NCAAs after winning the SoCon conference. Belmore really struggling with that first serve in this opening game. And so 2 double faults from the racket of Celia Belmore. We start off with a 1-love deficit for Vanderbilt. So looking at this Eastern Tennessee team that is 19-7 overall in 2023. They went 6-1 in the SoCon, winning the conference. They were 7-0 at home this season, so unbeaten when playing at home at Eastern Tennessee. And we do see this ETSU duo here up to serve at this number 1 line. Meanwhile, the first game is still in progress on courts number 2 and 3. So ETSU is on a roll, yet to drop a point here at this number 1 doubles line. Meanwhile, on court number 2, we do see Vanderbilt take the opening game. ETSU wins the SoCon for the first time since 2016 this year, that win coming back on April 22nd. ETSU led by head coach Ricky Rojas. So we do see Vanderbilt starting to settle in on court number 1. So a lot of action at the net from this ETSU team at this number 1 doubles line. And again, ETSU really has the chance to swing out this match because they have nothing to lose. Vanderbilt, of course, the favorite in this matchup. Vanderbilt, a team that we've been following all season here on Cracked Rackets. We saw them play at the National Indoors where they really struggled. Earlier this season, they have struggled throughout the season. Looking at the Vanderbilt Commodores as a whole, the Doors went 15-11. This season they were 7-8. In the SEC. Of course, playing in one of the toughest conferences in the nation, but the Doors have struggled all throughout this lineup, and the king of college tennis, Alex Gruskin, was wondering when all the pieces would come together for this Vanderbilt team, and who knows, maybe it will be the NCAA tournament, but regardless of whether it comes together or not for this squad, this is their last chance as a team to prove themselves in 2023. And meanwhile, a player like Marcella Cruz, coming out of New York, a player that I grew up with in junior tennis. It's been very cool to see Marcella, who's had a lot of success in junior tennis on clay courts, really able to step in and be a little bit more aggressive in college tennis. And especially here at that number 1 doubles line, to see her playing 1 and being so active at the net, so aggressive, really looking to poach. That's something that Marcella Cruz has worked on throughout her career. And we do have our first deuce point deciding point of the day. Westhoff, I'm sure, will be saying this a lot today, but there is the graphic. So deuce point deciding point here in the second game of this match on court number 1. And so a double fault makes it 1-all here on court number 1. And this ETSU squad might regret that error here on court number 1 because, again, ETSU is really the underdog in this match. So if they had been able to get that serve and play, take a 2-love lead here on court number 1, could have helped them down the stretch. And so Westhoff, let's put court number 2 in our main screen here. Court number 2. As we check in with all of the matches here. Again, Ohio State, the top 8 seed, is hosting this NCAA regional. And so we do see we're tied at 1 on all 3 courts. The score is yet to update on court 1 scoreboard, but it's 1-all on all 3 courts. So a nervous start a bit from these Vanderbilt Commodores, but again, shout out to ETSU for swinging out, for coming out and playing unafraid so far, very early in this doubles match. And again, these doubles matches are played to just 1 set, just to 6. No ad. And the first team to get 2 out of 3 of these doubles matches in action takes the opening point of this match. These matches, of course, played to 4. After doubles, we will roll into singles, where the top 6 singles players on each team will square off. And sometimes these times are really, teams are ripe for the plucking. Again, first round of the NCAA team championship. Look at how many fans are in the background. Not many. And I only bring attention to that fact because this match is not a highly anticipated one. Most people are picking Vanderbilt. Most people have seen ETSU win their conference, but again, the SoCon, not one of the strongest conferences in the nation. So ETSU might be a bit of an underdog, maybe an unspoken hero of this match heading in. We see our 3rd deuce point, at least that I've picked up on these 3 courts. And that deuce point is taken by the Vanderbilt Commodores. So Vanderbilt takes a 2-1 lead here on court number 2 in Westhoff. Let's hop on over to court number 3. Court number 3 is, we see again, tied at 1. Vanderbilt does have 30-love lead here. So multiple chances now for the Commodores to take a 2-1 lead here on court number 3. Meanwhile, we do see ETSU on court number 1 with a 2-1 lead. A lead that could have been a 3-love lead had they perhaps put their serves in, because we do see that duo of Celia Belmore and Marcela Cruz starting off a bit nervous and tentative on court number 1. But meanwhile, we do see Vanderbilt coming out with a 2-1 lead on court number 3. So Westhoff, let's actually switch back to court number 1. Let's switch back to court number 1 here, where this is the only match that ETSU has an early lead so far. But again, these first 3 games are so vital in the overall outcome of these doubles matches, which, again, only 1 set to 6. As we see Marcela Cruz playing forehand, Belmore on the backhand side. And Celia Belmore is a fighter, has not had the best season at the top spot for these Vanderbilt Commodores. And regardless, though, a good fighter, player originally coming to the States from France to play college tennis. Marcela Cruz on the forehand side, a player that's really used to using her athleticism on the singles court. Again, was more of a defensive player in junior tennis, but to see her at this number 1 double spot, it shows that she's capable of stepping in. As we see ETSU here, up 2-1, 30-love. Marcela Cruz threads the needle on that serve return with that forehand side, so 30-15 now. But the reason why ETSU is in front is just because they've played quote-unquote better doubles, and by that I mean ETSU has just been stepping in more this match. Again, Vanderbilt has allowed themselves to be pushed back here, have not had enough depth to control these points. As we see Belmore with the look at the second serve, though, here on the sad side. looking at the Vanderbilt team as a whole. Heading into the NCAAs, Vanderbilt dropped their last match, a 4-1 decision to Texas A&M, of course, a top 5 squad in the nation. But before that, they did take a 4-2 win over Alabama, so getting to the second round of the SEC tournament in 2023. But in away matches, Vanderbilt was 4-3. The Doors played 12 matches at home. They were 8-4 on their home courts, but did not have to travel perhaps as much as some of the other teams, only on the road for 7 matches this year, as we see Belmore starting to step into that back end, forcing our third deuce point deciding point, Westhoff. It's time for that graphic. So here on court 1, it's really a question of Vanderbilt's depth or lack thereof, as we do see Belmore taking that doubles point. As we have our third deuce point deciding point of this match here on court number 1. Belmore takes it with not quite enough depth, but she gets away with it. So it's 2-all here on court 1. Meanwhile, 2-all on court number 2. So it is a close start to this doubles point here at Ohio State. As we do see it is 2-all. The score will hopefully update for us here on court number 1, as ETSU, of course, wishes it was 3-1, but it is not, and Belmore continues to struggle on that serve. And of course, in singles, when a player is struggling with their first and second serve, coaches often tell them to just put your second serve in. Use your second serve as your first serve, to just take a little bit off it, put a little bit more spin on it. But in doubles, that's a bit tougher, because you do have a net player that could be vulnerable to a weaker first serve. As we do see Belmore here does put a first serve in there. So it's 15-30 here on court number 1. So we do see that Vanderbilt team starting to swing out, starting to be a bit more aggressive. Marcella Cruz with some nice volleys at the net. So it's 30-all here on court number 1. Meanwhile, at the net, that is assistant coach Haley Carter, a name that college tennis fans will know well. Carter was one of the most decorated student athletes in college tennis history. She was the winningest player in ACC women's tennis history. She spent 4 seasons at North Carolina. She was a 7-time All-American for the Tar Heels. So the ETSU team continuing to step in here. But Marcella Cruz playing fantastic defense at the net, so the point continues. That was fantastic defense from Marcella Cruz again. A player that's known for her defense if you're attacking Marcella Cruz at the net. She has cat-like reflexes out there. And so that gives Vanderbilt a chance to take a lead here on court number 1. Meanwhile, ETSU takes the 3-2 lead on court number 2. It's tied at 2 on court number 3. So, folks, this doubles point so far is neck and neck here at Ohio State. Big serve from Belmore, though. 3-2. Vanderbilt leads on court number 1. And Westhoff, let's check out the action on court number 2. Court number 2 as ETSU is up 3-2. Vanderbilt, of course, led by head coach Alik Supanos. Subanos is in her 3rd season at the helm of this women's tennis program. She's been with the Commodores for nearly 20 years. Of course, competing for the Doors as a student athlete, graduating in 2004. And she was the associate head coach under Jeff McDonald for 13 seasons before taking over as head coach. Subanos also played World Team Tennis for her hometown team, which was the St. Louis Aces. She won doubles matches over players like Megan Shaughnessy and Anna Kournikova. As we see, small argument there on court number 2, but it looks like play will continue. So looking at this Vanderbilt team on the serving side, we do see Anna Ross here to serve for the Vanderbilt Commodores. Anna Ross playing with Holly Staff at this number 2 double spot. Staff with nice finish there at net. Anna Ross is a senior out of Charleston, South Carolina. She reached her highest singles ranking of number 37 in the nation back in 2022. She also was a top 20 player with Holly Staff. That was also back in 2022 when this duo achieved a ranking of number 16 in the nation. Meanwhile, looking at Holly Staff, a junior out of Manchester, England. She reached her highest singles ranking of number 86 in the nation back in 2022. She's a former SEC second team member as well as an All-American in doubles with Anna Ross. Staff had the chance to do what many junior players dream of. Of course, that was my dream. She played at Junior Wimbledon back in 2019. And of course, we will have tons of action for you today here on Cracked Rackets. We will also have Florida State and Illinois women. They're available on our second stream, hosted by our king of college tennis, Alex Gruskin. That match at top 8 seed Georgia. Later today at 11 a.m., we will have another men's and women's match coming for you. We have Tulane, Middle Tennessee men and SMU and Baylor women. So we are just getting started here on Cracked Rackets. Meanwhile, the hustle from the ETSU team here at this point. Check it out on court number 3. Wow, ETSU bringing the battle here on court number 3. And something that I've noticed throughout all 3 courts this morning is really just a bit of the tentative nature that Vanderbilt has been bringing. We see that it's very easily expressed through the height of the ball that the Commodores are hitting. And we do see, again, Vanderbilt really going for the height on those rally balls from the baseline. Normally, the quote-unquote most aggressive doubles players are able to flatten it out from the baseline and get the ball nice and deep to set up the net player and not really give your opponents much time. But this morning, Vanderbilt is relying on those higher, heavier, loopier balls here to drive back their opponents from ETSU, as we see ETSU now 2 breakpoint chances. And one of them is saved. So we have a deuce point deciding point here on court number 3. That falls in, so Vanderbilt is able to save that deuce point. Again, the Commodores really relying on reflexes at net this morning, which is not something usually head coach Alik Subanos would preach. Of course, she wants her team to be stepping in from the first moment of this match, but you know what? You do what works. Again, this is win or go home time. So as long as you win, you keep on playing. Here at Ohio State. So Vanderbilt is able to step in and finish that point. Here on 3. Meanwhile, West up, let's actually quickly switch over, if possible, to court number 1. Court number 1 is ETSU has 2 chances to go up 4-3. So 1 point is saved here, so it's a deuce point deciding point as the Commodores decide the plan. Marcella Cruz is up to serve. Cruz also often going for a kick first and second serve, so watch out for that here on court number 1. Cruz is there. She's there again. Oh my gosh. ETSU misses the short ball. So Vanderbilt survives to take a 4-3 lead on court number 1. That is tough defensive tennis from the Commodores, specifically Marcella Cruz. Westop, it looks like we have a deuce point deciding point on court number 2, so let's head over there. As we do see ETSU takes it to take a 4-2 lead here on court number 2. And again, really at this point, if the match continues to the same cadence, it will be heartbreaking for ETSU to lose this doubles point against Vanderbilt, a team that on paper is favored to win. But ETSU has been the stronger team in this opening doubles point. As we see the Commodores take the opening point here, down 4-2 on court number 2. Holly Staff is back to serve. Anna Ross at the net. So we do see a double fault off the racket of Ross, and not only is Vanderbilt not able to get the ball deep in this doubles match across all three courts, but serves have been struggling. And ETSU misses that return. And right now, to flip the script, if you are the ETSU team, the solution is not just to put the ball in, but it is to continue being aggressive, even if perhaps you do miss a few balls early, because the Vanderbilt rally ball right now is really sitting there for ETSU. Good defense here. On court number 2, the point continues. It's impressive from Vanderbilt, though. Holly Staff and Anna Ross are there. So it's 30-all here on court number 2. So Vanderbilt somehow is up 4-3 on courts number 1 and 3. But again, the more aggressive team, the stronger team from the baseline and net has been ETSU. So it's not just whether they can outplay their opponent, but can they take the big points? Can they take the deuce points? And right now, the answer for ETSU on most of these occasions has been no. The deuce points have mostly gone to the Vanderbilt Commodores. It's a very rare occasion that the team that is more defensive in doubles across all three courts is able to come out on top with the doubles point. But again, this is the big dance. Anything can happen in the NCAAs. As we do see Vanderbilt continuing to struggle on the serve. Holly Staff looking to defend 2 break points here on court number 2. And so it's a deuce point deciding point. One that ETSU desperately needs for the chance to go up 5-2 here on court number 2. As we see, this game will be decided on the ad side. So that's nice and deep first serve from Holly Staff, and Anna Ross is there to finish. That was a great point played from Vanderbilt. One of the first that I can confidently say Vanderbilt earned. So it's 4-3 now. ETSU leads on court number 2. And meanwhile, we do see Vanderbilt in the leads on courts number 1 and 3. And let's head to 3, Westhoff. Let's see if Vanderbilt's able to take a 5-3 lead. As we see the Commodores are now up 40-15. Here on court number 3, this duo of Bridget Stammel and Anessa Lee. Anessa Lee is back to serve. So they take it 5-3 here on court number 3, just 1 game away. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's hop to court number 1. I see a deuce point deciding point. Not sure if that has been played or not. Let's check out here court number 1. As here we are for a deuce point deciding point, perhaps the biggest of this entire doubles point. Celia Belmore going for the height. Marcella Cruz is just too good at the net. It's all Marcella Cruz here on court number 1. As Cruz is able to survive yet another deuce point with her net reflexes. So Vanderbilt somehow is up 5-3 on 2 of these courts in this doubles point. And we do see Meanwhile, it's 15 all. So Vanderbilt is 3 points away on court number 3. We will keep our eye on that court, but for the moment, I want to stay here on 1, which is one of the most interesting doubles matches I've seen all spring. As this could not be more of a defensive performance from the Vanderbilt Commodores at number 1 doubles, but somehow, with the help of Marcela Cruz's incredible reflexes, they've survived to go up 5-3 here. And again, we do see ETSU battling on all 3 courts. Shout out to ETSU for continuing to step in, continuing to go for it, except on deuce points somehow it's not going their way. And so ETSU takes a 30-love lead here on court number 1. As Celia Belmore is yet to hold here on 1. Marcela Cruz moves and looks for it. It's not quite good enough there, but again, in about 2 seconds, ETSU has 4 chances to break the Commodores, to stay in the set. Meanwhile, it's 30 all on court number 3. We will keep our eyes on that match as well. So it's 1 break point saved here at the top double spot. That's 2, thanks to Marcela Cruz. And meanwhile, we do have our first match point of the day as this Vanderbilt duo has the chance to put the first doubles match on the board, as Bridget Stammel is back to return here, joined by Nessa Lee on the forehand side. And that's 1. Bridget Stammel and Nessa Lee take a 6-3 win here at the number 3 double spot. So that is the first of 2 doubles points needed for this Vanderbilt Commodore team. And we do see, meanwhile, on court number 1, ETSU has 2 more chances to break Vanderbilt, stay in that match. Meanwhile, ETSU is up 4-3 on court number 2. And it looks like we do play on. It looks like it is 5-4. Oh, rather, we do have a camera update. It is 40-15 here on court number 2. So this Commodore duo stays in it. They are tied at 4. Here on court number 2. So it's 4 all on court number 2, 5-4, Vanderbilt in the lead on court number 1. So we have this double box action brought to you by our super producer, Daniel Westhoff. And looking at this court number 2 ETSU team, thank you to Mike Ezekiel for jumping in and sharing some info with all of us. ETSU's Court 2 team has an 18-4 record. They're on a 10-match winning streak. And that Team 1 SoCon Most Outstanding Player, one of the players on that team, has a 21-3 singles mark, as well as a 13-match win streak. Thank you again to Mike Ezekiel. As we see, of course, ETSU winning the SoCon for the first time since 2016. As the Bucks battle on. Here on Court 2, they have a 30-love lead. Meanwhile, you are a Vanderbilt fan. All eyes are on Court number 1, as you really hope that Celia Belmore and Marcella Cruz can get through to avoid the tough deciding match of a doubles point. Again, this is the first round of NCAAs, brought to you by your team at Crack Rackets of Peri Sheinin and Daniel Westhoff. So Vanderbilt takes a 5-4 lead on Court number 2, and Vanderbilt up 30-15 here on Court number 1, just 2 points away. And that falls in. That is great defense from Celia Belmore. Again, this match somehow looks like it could be won on defense from this Vanderbilt squad that has not really stepped in throughout this entire match. Yet, it's a match point for Marcella Cruz and Celia Belmore here on Court number 1. So Vanderbilt gets it done. Somehow, some way, in 45 minutes, Vanderbilt takes the doubles point. That's a 6-4 win from Celia Belmore and Marcella Cruz. Vanderbilt takes the opening point of this overall match. And really, that is one of the most defensive doubles points that I have ever seen. Shout out to ETSU for swinging through. This entire match did not go their way, but you know what? ETSU can walk away from this doubles point feeling pretty good heading into singles, because sometimes when you swing out in doubles and it doesn't go your way, the good thing is, hey, you have 6 singles matches left. So if you're an ETSU fan, don't go anywhere. If you're a Vanderbilt fan, let's see if the Commodores are able to step in a bit more in singles. Again, this is Peri Sheinin, joined by super producer Daniel Westhoff. We will have all these matches and more here on Cracked Rackets after a short break. Welcome back to our Cracked Rackets coverage of the NCAA tournament. This is the big dance as we see the opening rounds of the NCAA tournament. We'll be here all day, all afternoon, and all night. This is your host, Peri Sheinin, joined by super producer Daniel Westoff, as we just saw Vanderbilt take one of the most defensive doubles points that I have ever seen in my play-by-play career calling college tennis, but Vanderbilt does take the 1-love lead. They're able to find a way as we start here on court number 1, Celia Belmore, who played number 1 doubles. She clinched the doubles point with Marcela Cruz, as she has multiple game points to start off this match. And this is really important for Vanderbilt to start swinging early. Even if they don't take leads on all 6 singles courts, it's vital for the Commodores to find a way to kind of swing out and let loose a little bit more, because that was not an easy doubles point to watch if you're a Vanderbilt fan. Meanwhile, ETSU did a great job of swinging out from the first point to the last. Didn't go their way, but they played the quote-unquote right way to play doubles. And Celia Belmore has a very Western grip on that forehand, so she does take the opening game, goes up 1-love here on court number 1. And so it's a great opportunity here for Vanderbilt to take some early leads on these singles courts. Meanwhile, looking at ETSU, We do see here on court number 1, Lelo Thakradova, a senior out of Uzbekistan. She was ranked 117 in the nation at the end of her senior year. She was 17-6. At that top spot, she went 6-1 in SoCon matches last season. And she took down number 25, Abigail Rancelli of NC State. 10-8 in the third, that was last season, so she has gotten some big wins at this number 1 single spot. And she's played at the top spot all 4 years for ETSU, which is very impressive for a player to keep up that level. She's majoring in marketing at ETSU. She was Uzbekistan Republic champion for 3 years in a row, 2016 through 2018. Before the pandemic hit, she was 8-4 at the number 1 spot her sophomore year back in 2020. And she struggled a bit more at that top spot coming back that first season after the pandemic, her junior year, but last season really able to step up, get her first ITA ranking. So this is a gritty ETSU team. One that is led by a player who has a lot of experience at that number 1 single spot. Not a lot of players can say that. Coaches often move players around. Their level varies throughout 4 years, and it's very impressive here on court number 1 to have a player that's played number 1 for all 4 years. As we do see Celia Belmore overhitting that forehand a little bit, but I was talking about earlier how Belmore's forehand is very Western, so coming from a Western forehand such as myself, I can tell you that it gives us a little bit of confidence as players to be able to swing a bit more on that forehand side, knowing that with that Western grip, it gives you some more automatic spin. So putting the ball away is not the easiest thing often for a player like Belmore, but having a nice spinny rally ball, one that is pretty high percentage. That's a realistic game plan for Belmore to start off this match. So it's 30-all here on court number 1. And my biggest question heading into this match, really after doubles, is Belmore's serve. If I'm a Vanderbilt fan, that's what I'm most worried about. Here is not only can Belmore hold serve, but will those games be competitive? Will she be able to get her serve in to get herself in these points? Because she seems pretty evenly matched or a bit more solid at the baseline so far. Once she gets that first serve in, as we do see Belmore with 2 chances to hold here. And again, a lot of these early moments in the NCAA team championships, it's about confidence. If these players are able to settle in, they're able to play a bit less tentative, swing out a little bit more early on, and if they're rewarded for it, then it will give them the confidence to continue to do that. As we see Belmore setting up for a second serve here. And so it's a deuce point deciding point here on court number 1. And we'll stop if we have that graphic available for a deuce point deciding point. And Celia Belmore looks to take a 2-love lead here on 1. A backhand battle. Belmore is on offense this point. Can she stay patient enough to close it out? Wow. That was a great deuce point. But it's Becca Durova that takes it to tie it at 1-1 here on court number 1. And again, that is tough for Belmore, who really right now needs that confidence, needs that hold, but was not able to get it. Great defense and offense from Becca Durova this point, and it's 1-1 here on court number 1. And Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 2 as we introduce all the matches in action. Here at Ohio State, again, Vanderbilt does take the opening point of this overall match. As we look at our number 2 line, Bridget Stammel serving for the Vanderbilt Commodores on the far side. Stammel taking on Maria Shumalika, a graduate student from Minsk, Belarus. She's a transfer from Texas A&M Corpus Christi. And 6 out of 7 of ETSU's players are transfers. So we do see head coach Ricky Rojas using that transfer portal to his advantage, doing a nice job of bringing in a team that, again, takes its first conference title since 2016. And so we do see ETSU taking a 2-1 lead here on court number 2 in Westhoff. While they're in a changeover, let's head to court number 3. Court number 3 here at Ohio State. Again, Ohio State is hosting because they are a top 8 seed in the NCAA team championships. Both Ohio State and Michigan are hosts today for the opening rounds of the NCAAs, as we do see Anessa Lee here for Vanderbilt on the far side taking a 2-love lead over Maria Fernanda Carvajal, a redshirt junior from Querétaro, Mexico. Her previous school was a college in Mexico. So she comes to the United States to continue her college tennis career. She's a psychology major. She went 15-7 overall, 6-1 in the SoCon, all from the number 3 spot last season, winning her last 2 matches of the year. So we do see Anessa Lee, though, a player that we've been following here on Cracked Rackets throughout the spring season. Anessa Lee has really used her experience. She is a player that I point to when I think about players who play within themselves. And Anessa Lee is one of those players that if you're going to beat her, it's going to take 2-3 hours because she's very committed to her game plan. She's a junior out of San Marino, California, but really she plays with the experience of a senior. She's really able to outlast a lot of her opponents, but she also steps into shorter balls, and she has pretty simple ground strokes. She's straight to the ball on that forehand and backhand side, just turn and meets the ball out front. So not a lot can technically go wrong with Anessa Lee. As she pulls out a dropper on the run, finishing that point. Beautiful defense to offense from the junior. And meanwhile, we have a ton more matches for you here on Cracked Rackets. We head over to Texas A&M, the host site for this opening women's match between SMU and Baylor. We start with court number 1 doubles as these teams just start to get settled in here at Texas A&M. So Anessa Lee now has multiple breakpoint chances to take a 3-love lead on the left side of our screen. Meanwhile, shout out to SMU for bringing out the bright red this morning. We love to see it. It is very clear which team is which here in this SMU versus Baylor matchup in doubles as SMU takes the opening game. They have a 1-love lead. They're on court number 1. And meanwhile, we do see Carvajal defending 2 break points here on court number 3 on the left side of our screen. She has the chance to do it again. Vanessa Lee staying nice and solid from the baseline, though. So Vanessa Lee takes a 3-love lead on court number 3 in Westop. Let's hop on over to court number 4. Court number 4 at Ohio State as we introduce all the singles matches in action this morning. So we do see a deuce point deciding point here on court number 4 as Holy Staff takes on Amelia Alfaro. Alfaro is a graduate student out of Azul, Argentina. She transfers to ETSU after a stint at Louisiana Monroe. Louisiana Monroe, a member of the Sun Belt. So Alfaro now with the second serve as she tries to get on the board against Holly Staff, the junior from Great Britain. And Holly Staff misses that one wide, so it's 2-1. Vanderbilt leads on court number 4, and during that changeover, Westop, let's hop on over to court number 5 now. Court number 5. As Vanderbilt has a 2-1 lead. It's Vanderbilt relying on that net play. So Vandy's Amy Stevens from Victoria, Australia, really flexing at the net there. She was the SEC Freshman of the Week back in 2022. As a freshman, she won 22 matches in singles, playing primarily at these number 5 and 6 spots. And she won multiple ITF junior titles before committing to college. And she has a pet sheep named Amba. She also rode horses growing up in Australia, so a different childhood than many of us in America. It's very cool to have that different perspective coming into college tennis, and that's really what college tennis is about, looking through the broad lens of this sport. It's a chance for players from all over the world to come together and to play for something bigger than themselves, to play for their universities and get a fantastic education, while also some of them preparing to turn college into a pro career. As we have seen so many players beautifully do throughout the past 2 seasons, especially top 100 players Emma Navarro and Peyton Stearns, the last 2 NCAA individual champions in 2021 and 2022. And if you want to learn more about their stories, you can head to my podcast called On the Rise. It's about women's college tennis, brought to you by our friends at Tennis Channel. That is wherever you get our podcasts. And at the same time, we have plenty of interviews with top college players and coaches on the Cracked Interviews podcast. That is part of the Cracked Rackets podcast network. Also, thanks to our friends at Tennis Channel for making this all possible. So Amy Stevens takes a 30-love lead here on court number 5. Meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, we do see that match is tied at 1. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's check out the action on court number 2 at Texas A&M. Court number 2. So for this ETSU team, we are seeing the Bucks taking a few early losses here on these singles courts because, again, it's kind of a mini win if you're able to get an early lead in this first set after a tough contested doubles point. And we do see Vanderbilt able to come out on top in that sense. Meanwhile, here on court number 2, we do see Taylor Johnson for SMU. Johnson, a transfer out of UCLA in her graduate year. So Taylor Johnson has a lot of years of college tennis under her belt. She's done a fantastic job of making use of NIL deals on her Instagram account. Taylor Johnson also friends with Billie Jean King, one of my idols in the tennis world and beyond. So we do see Amy Stevens taking a 4-1 lead here on court number 5. And Westhoff, let's head to court number 6. Court number 6 at Ohio State. As we look at our final singles match in action today at Ohio State. So again, Vanderbilt women really struggling in doubles. They pull it out in a gritty way, and now we do see Vanderbilt is rewarded for that grittiness. ETSU only has 1 lead, and that is on court number 2. So Vanderbilt is up 3-1. As Marcella Cruz, who really was the toughest player out there for Vanderbilt on the doubles court, and that was because of her defensive reflexes at net. We do see her now in singles at the number 6 line, where she will have a chance to have a bit more space and hopefully not find herself at the net as much because, again, Marcella Cruz, her main game plan is to outlast her opponent. So number 6 singles is a perfect spot for her as she's actually able to step in there. So Cruz starting to really make an impact here on court number 6. She takes a 40-15 lead. So with multiple chances to go up 4-1. Marcella Cruz is taking on Relitsa Alexandrova. Alexandrova is transferred out of Old Dominion, originally from Sofia, Bulgaria. She spent last season at ODU, where she went 3-0 in singles. So Marcella Cruz now up 4-1 here on court number 6. Meanwhile, we do see this SMU duo taking a 2-1 lead here on court number 2. So Westhoff, let's actually head back to court number 5. Court number 5 at Ohio State, as we do see Amy Stevens is just 2 games away from taking the opening first set here against Daniela Rivera. Meanwhile, looking at this Baylor SMU match, we see Taylor Johnson and Lana Maver up 2-1 here against Isabella Harvison and Anita Sadeva. So SMU has a 2-1 lead on court number 2. They're up 3-2 on court number 3. And Westhoff, we can quickly check out that action on court number 3 at Texas A&M. Meanwhile, we do see Lana Maver coming from New England, a player that I grew up with in junior tennis. Lana Maver is originally from Maine. Maver started her collegiate career at NC State before transferring to join the SMU Mustangs. So 2 transfers are partnered up here at this number 2 doubles line. Lana Maver had some success in doubles in juniors as well. So we do see her, not surprisingly, at this number 2 line. She is now a senior. She was 7-3 at doubles at NC State in 2021. And last season for SMU, she earned a career-high 13 wins. In doubles, going 11-3 in dual matches with former NC State partner Lexi Keberly. As there were 2 players that went from NC State to SMU. Meanwhile, Taylor Johnson, now in her graduate year, originally from Prescott, Arizona. Her career-high ITA doubles ranking was number 37. She was a freshman at UCLA back in the 2018-19 season, so she's been in college tennis for a minute, and it shows through her experience. And as a senior at UCLA, she went 3-3 on the singles court and 4-2 on the doubles court. As we do see Johnson here on the forehand side, the lefty. Here to return, so the SMU duo now has 2 chances to break. Here on court number 2, meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, Amy Stevens making quick work of Rivera. Here on court number 5. So it's a deuce point deciding point, Westhoff. We could see that graphic at Texas A&M as Taylor Johnson is back to return. So this SMU duo will take the deuce point on the deuce side. And whenever you have a lefty and a righty playing doubles, it's always interesting when you do see Taylor Johnson playing her backhand side, Lana Maver also playing her backhand side. And that is too good from this Baylor University duo, so it's 2-2 now. Here on court number 2, and Westhoff, we can head on over to court number 3. Court number 3 at Texas A&M. As we are tied up at 3 as Brooke Thompson and Alina Sharbina take on Hadley Doyle and Drew Morris. Doyle and Morris from Southern Methodist. And so looking overall on the left side of our screen, quick check-in with the singles match scores. We see Celia Belmore up 5-2, Nessa Lee up 4-1, Amy Stevens and Marcella Cruz both up 5-1. So again, Vandy needs only 3 of these singles matches. They're up big in 4 first sets. The only lead for ETSU comes at that number 2 singles spot. So Nessa Lee now very close to the finish line in this first set. And same with Amy Stevens, who we see here on the left side of our screen of 5-1-30 love. So meanwhile, Baylor has multiple chances to go up 4-3. On court number 3, Baylor playing without star player Alicia Herrera-Linyanya, who has graduated from the program. Alicia Herrera was the number 1 doubles player and the number 1 singles player. As we see the next generation of stars rising up at Baylor. But this Baylor SMU match is a gritty one. Again, both of these teams have had solid seasons, but SMU really has had more of a breakout season for the program. The SMU men and women having standout seasons. SMU going 16-8 this season, 4-0 in their conference and winning the American Athletic Conference with 3 4-0 wins, including a 4-0 win over UCF. So again, this SMU squad making waves in their conference and beyond. SMU is riding a 5-match win streak heading into today's duo. As we see, SMU is able to take that 4-3 lead, though, here on court number 3. So, Westhoff, let's hop back on over in doubles to court number 1. Court number 1 at Texas A&M. Meanwhile, it's a deuce point, deciding point, set point on the left side of our screen for Amy Stevens. So Amy Stevens, 6-1, takes the first set for the Vanderbilt Commodores over Rivera. We'll see if Rivera can bounce back in the second. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's check out court number 6. Court number 6 at Ohio State. As we check out the end of these first sets. And we do see Marcella Cruz does take the opening first set 6-1. So during that changeover, let's actually head back to court number 3, Westhoff. Court number 3 is Anessa Lee is up 5-2 against Fernanda Carvajal. Meanwhile, Celia Belmore is up 5-3 against Laylo Bakarova at court number 1. So it's 5-2 for Lee. And let's head to court number 1 during this changeover, actually, Westhoff. Let's head to court number 1 as We see if we can catch the end of all these first sets. Celia Belmore just 3 points away. Up 5-3, 15 love. So Celia Belmore really controlling the points with that forehand side. And we saw Belmore in person at the National Indoors really doing the same thing. She baits her opponent a bit to go for too much off that forehand side. Belmore's forehand is not often the deepest in the court, but she's able to get some nice short angles. Meanwhile, set point, Westhoff, we could see that graphic for Celia Belmore. Belmore up 40 love. And we did just get word that Tulane and Middle Tennessee men, who were supposed to start at 11, has been delayed until 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. That was because of weather. Meanwhile, Belmore here has her second set point opportunity here on the top court. We could see that graphic again, Westhoff, for Belmore's second set point. So that's really big from Celia Belmore again. Able to dip it off that backhand side on the run. Celia Belmore takes the first set 6-3 on court number 1. So meanwhile, we do see Vanderbilt taking their first sets on 2 of these singles courts. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head to court number 2. Court number 2, as Bridget Stammel now has a 5-4 lead over Maria Shumika. Stammel was behind for this entire first set, so this is an interesting switch up here. As we see Stammel now just 1 game away. And we will head back to this court, but they are still on a changeover, so Westhoff, let's quickly head on over to court number 3. Court number 3 as Inessa Lee is up 5-2 against Fernanda Carvajal, but we will see if Carvajal's able to hang in. It says that she did. 5-3 now. Inessa Lee leads. And so Vanderbilt now has 3 first sets, as we see Amy Stevens and Marcella Cruz at those bottom 2 single spots taking the first sets. And we just saw Celia Belmore taking a 6-3 first set. Meanwhile, Inessa Lee now just 3 points away from doing the same. So we do see, meanwhile, SMU taking the first of 3 doubles points. As we see Doyle and Morris taking a 6-3 win on court number 3. So SMU in the driver's seat in this doubles point. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head back on to court number 2. Court number 2 at Texas A&M as Taylor Johnson and Alana Mavor look to take a 4-3 lead rather to help SMU because court number 1 is close. It's 4-3 for the Mustangs on court number 1, but again, we talk about the importance of scoreboard pressure. This is the NCAA team championship when there's already the height of the pressure in the 2023 season, but adding a bit of scoreboard pressure, having a lead on all 3 courts would be very vital for the Mustangs, who now have a 40-15 advantage here on court number 2. Meanwhile, Anessa Lee just 2 points away on court number 3. And make that 1 point away. Westhoff, can we see that set point graphic for Anessa Lee on the left side of our screen as Vanderbilt looks for its 4th first set. And so that is too good off the racket of Anessa Lee. So that's a 6-3 first set for the junior out of California. So Westhoff up next. Let's head to court number 2 as Bridget Stammel is up 5-4. And we do see Amelia Alfaro continuing to fight on court number 4 for ETSU. If you're an ETSU fan, shout out to Amelia Alfaro, who's up 4-3 now over Holly Stack. But right now, ETSU will really have to come back from a big deficit here as they find themselves in a bit of a hole here against this Vanderbilt team after such a highly contested doubles point. Vanderbilt has been able to really run with these first sets in singles. Meanwhile, we do see Johnson and Mavor taking a 4-3 lead. But Westhoff, let's actually check out court number 1 doubles. Court number 1 doubles at Texas A&M. So we do see the Mustangs are up 5-3 here on court number 1. And again, the confidence that comes from winning your conference is an extremely understated point, because if you're winning your conference, you're heading into the NCAAs with a 2, 3, 4 match even win streak. And that confidence, that match toughness in big moments when your team has come out on top, that is confidence that heading into the NCAAs is vital for these women. And meanwhile, Westhoff, could we see a match point graphic as we see Bridget Stammel, rather set point. Bridget Stammel is up 40-30. Who knows, maybe soon enough it will be match point for Vanderbilt fans, but that is the first set going to Bridget Stammel. So it's a tightly contested first set there as ETSU continues to battle, but not able to come out on top in big points. And meanwhile, look on the right side of our screen, Westhoff, it's another match point. This is a match point, a set point and match point, but in doubles, that is the match point, and that's match. So SMU takes the doubles point over Baylor with a pretty quick doubles point. So the Mustangs, after winning the American Athletic Conference, they take the doubles point over Baylor. They're out to a 1-love lead as those players get set for some singles action. We go full screen here as Alfaro is battling on court number 4. It's not easy to do when all of your teammates have lost the first sets now. That's 5 first sets for Vanderbilt. The only one in contention still is here on court number 4. Staff and Alfaro. And it seems that on the other 5 courts, Vanderbilt has been able to relax a little bit more, has been able to take a breath and center themselves on the court and really use their previous experience. Because if you compare junior tennis success on ETSU and Vanderbilt, it's not that close. Vanderbilt's players are much more known. They're more known commodities in the junior ranks and also in the college ranks for the most part. So we do have a deuce point deciding point, but for the most part, Vanderbilt's talent has taken them through these opening first sets, as we see if Holly Staff is able to tie this up. So meanwhile, we do have word that Tulane and Middle Tennessee men have been further delayed. It's now going to be a 12:15 p.m. Eastern start. Again, that will kick off at 12:15. That was supposed to start back at 11 a.m., but they do have some weather delays. So Holly Staff is able to step in on that deuce point. It's 4-all here on court number 4. So it's 4-all here on 4. Vanderbilt has all of the other first sets as we start the second sets. But Amelia Alfaro and Holly Staff battle on. And Amelia Alfaro is a graduate student from Azul, Argentina. She was previously at Louisiana Monroe. That was for 2 seasons. She went 7-2 in singles during her second season. ULM in the Sun Belt Conference. She's now enrolled in Applied Data Sciences, getting her master's degree from ETSU. Alfaro was 15-7 in singles play, with all those matches coming at the number 4 spot last season. She went undefeated in the SoCon, 7-0. She also was unbeaten in 13 of her last 14 singles matches last spring. As we do see Holly Staff now up 15-love. And Holly Staff, again, an All-American on the doubles court with Anna Ross. Her highest singles ranking came back last spring. Number 86 in the nation. She was number 16 in the country with Anna Ross. And so we saw that deuce point really just shift the momentum of this first set, as Holly Staff, who was down 4-3, was able to come back and, again, take control of that deuce point, which really just flipped the script, perhaps on the rest of the set, and maybe match. We'll have to see, as, again, all of a sudden Holly Staff has the confidence to step in, take time away from Alfaro here on court number 4. And that's a double fault. So Holly Staff with 4 chances to break. As we see, it's a cool little stat. 19 points each have been won by these players on court number 4. So Holly Staff up 40-love now. As we see Holly Staff really with that Western grip as well, able to swing out and little dropper. We love the hands there as Holly Staff walks right to the chair. She's up 5-4 now. So from down 4-3 to up 5-4, we see the Vanderbilt power starting to show a little bit here. And so Westhoff, in the meantime, let's head to court number 3. Court number 3 as an SLE does take that first at 6-3, but it's 1-love for Fernanda Carvajal. And so for ETSU, the importance of really just getting an early lead in the second set it's vital on all these courts if the Bucks want any shot at this point of continuing their NCAA championship run. Meanwhile, we return to SMU and Baylor, which that match is being played at top 8 seed Texas A&M. As we do see SMU taking a pretty commanding doubles point over Baylor. As these players start off singles play, we do see here on court number 1, Hadley Doyle taking on Alina Sharbina. And in fact, SMU and Baylor played less than a month ago. That was back on April 10th when Baylor took the win 4-1, including a very controlling doubles point. So again, SMU is really able to do the same, and we'll have to see if the doubles point has an impact big enough to give SMU the win here. Again, these players just starting singles matches. And I've talked about this all spring here on Cracked Rackets, but the importance of the first 3 games, it's absolutely vital for players both in doubles and singles, but especially coming off a doubles point. For players who can really use doubles as a bit of a warm-up for singles, as we see Hadley Doyle here looking to take the opening game for the Mustangs here on court number 1. So we have a deuce point deciding point. But these first 3 games often set the tone for the rest of the match. So it's vital to see here if the Mustangs are able to keep that momentum going into singles. Keep on stepping in like they really did in doubles. And that is an opening game for Hadley Doyle. So let's go to court number 2, Westhoff. Court number 2 at Texas A&M as we do check out grad student transfer Taylor Johnson taking on Anita Sadeva. As again, these singles matches are just starting here at Texas A&M. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we do see that we're tied at 1 on court number 3. That is, of course, at top 8 host site Ohio State. The Ohio State women will play Xavier later today at 1 p.m. And I know that some of these teams, even the host sites, coaches did decide to head to a hotel and stay in a hotel as if this was on the road for them, because it's sometimes important to put yourself in those same adverse situations as perhaps your opponent is facing, so you feel like you're on the same ground. And we do know that the University of Michigan did do that last night, staying at a hotel. And shout out to my younger sister, a freshman on the Michigan women's tennis team, for that scoop. But meanwhile, we do see Taylor Johnson up 40 love in this opening game. So multiple chances for Johnson on the far side of our screen to hold. Again, Johnson, a lefty, actually played backhand in doubles with Lana Maver just a few minutes ago. And so it's a lefty battle here on 2, which is very interesting to see Taylor Johnson here as she holds to go up 1 love in West Off. We can check out court number 3. Court number 3 at Texas A&M. As Drew Morris takes on Isabella Harvison. Drew Morris for SMU. A sophomore out of Houston, Texas. Her first year, Drew Morris won 6 matches throughout the season. 4 of them were at line 6. So to see a freshman go from playing sometimes in that number 6 single spot, sometimes it looks like not even in the lineup, to now playing number 3 for her team, that's a huge change. So shout out to Morris, who clearly used the summer to improve her game. As we see Morris went 8-5 in doubles last season. She went 4-1 in dual match play on that doubles court, but it's an impressive jump from Drew Morris for the Mustangs. Meanwhile, Morris is taking on Isabella Harvison. Harvison is a senior. A transfer out of Alabama. Who spent her first 2 seasons at Bama. Back in 2019-2020 season, she went 16-7 overall on the singles court, 14-4 on the doubles court. And in junior tennis, she actually moved away from the U.S. before high school, and she was active in Southern California junior circuits before moving to Barcelona, Spain. She was ranked top 30 in the Spain junior rankings. She also notched a WTA ranking before heading to Baylor. But meanwhile, we check out a deuce point deciding point here again in the first 3 games of the second set. As Anessa Lee looks to stay in front. Westhoff, could we see that deuce point deciding point graphic? So Anessa Lee goes up 2-1 in that vital deuce point. So she's up 6-3. 2-1 on court number 3. In Westhoff, we do see Bridget Stammel after a tight first set. She's up 3 love in the second, so that's on court 2. Let's head over there, Westhoff, at Ohio State. Let's head to court number 2. As Bridget Stammel is making quick work of Maria Shimika in the second set. Bridget Stammel, that was after being down 4-3 in that first set. She's now rattled off a number of games in a row as Stammel's up 30-15 now. So now multiple chances for Bridget Stammel to go up 4 love in the second set in this perhaps 6-7 minute start to the second set. Bridget Stammel has just been racking off the games. So let's take a closer look, see what she's been doing. As we see, Stamel has put a high percentage of first serves in, though, this match, and that means something, especially if you're just in your opponent's head, able to really establish yourself on serve, and we see Bridget Stamel has been able to do that. And so that's 4-love. 6-4 for love for Bridget Stamel. So Westhoff, we will stay with Stamel, who has the most commanding second set lead so far in this match. Meanwhile, we do have a deuce point deciding point on the right side of our screen at court number 3 at Texas A&M. Westhoff, we could see that graphic as we see deuce point deciding point between Isabella Harbison and Drew Morris. And so that one sails wide off the racket of Harbison, and we are tied at 1. So Westhoff, let's head to court number 4 at Texas A&M as Jackie Nylander takes on Lyubov Kostenko. Kostenko has a 2-love lead for Baylor University. And it's 30-all here on court number 4. So it's 4-love, 15-love. Rather, 15-all on court number 2. On the left side of our screen as Bridget Stamel continues to roll in the second set. Meanwhile, multiple chances now for Baylor to take a 3-love lead on court number 4. And after Texas A&M after SMU takes the doubles point, this match being played at Texas A&M after the Mustangs take the doubles point, they do have some early leads in these first sets, but again, it's very early in these singles matches. And talking a little bit more about that transition from junior to pros, as we do see a deciding point here. Westhoff, if we could see that graphic for court number 4, and looks like SMU is able to get on the board. So 2-1 Kostenko leads on court number 4. And Westhoff, let's actually check out court number 5 at Texas A&M. Court number 5 at Texas A&M as Daniela Dimitrov has a 2-love lead over former New Englander Lana Maver. But again, the past 2 NCAA individual champions, now both top 100 in the world in the WTA rankings, Peyton Stearns and Emma Navarro, they met in the finals of the ITF 13A in Charleston, with Emma Navarro taking the 7-5 win in the 3rd set over number 1 seed Peyton Stearns. So we see Peyton Stearns, of course, a product of the University of Texas, Emma Navarro. The same from the University of Virginia. So we just continue to see, and of course on the men's side, Florida star Ben Shelton winning the NCAAs and then having just a breakout year on the professional tour. His sister Emma Shelton still an undergraduate at the University of Florida. But Ben Shelton is currently ranked number 38 in the world. He recently signed with On, which is the company that sponsors Roger Federer. The shoe brand that is on the rise, may we say. So we see deuce point deciding point on court number 2. on the left side of our screen, and that is taken by Bridget Stamel, who's now up 6-4, 5-love. Meanwhile, it is 11:55 Eastern Time. And at the top of the hour, we will be bringing you Cal and San Diego. The Cal and San Diego women squaring off starting at noon Eastern Time. And so, if possible, if we could head to court number 6 at Texas A&M. As we see Maya McCorich taking on Paula Buranano. Buranano has a 2-1 lead for Baylor, and looking to see how these first 3 games have shaped out, because for the most part, they are on the board here at Texas A&M, as we do see Baylor actually coming out on top in the first 3 games. They're up 2-1. The Baylor Bears on courts 4 through 6. Also up 2-1 at court number 1. So this is a potentially 4-3 match brewing again. The last time these teams met, Baylor took a 4-1 lead. 4-1 win, rather. Which included a dominant doubles point today. That doubles point goes to SMU. So meanwhile, we do see Bridget Stamel up 6-4, 5-love on court number 2. And of course, it probably is time to check in with the other Vanderbilt scores, as none of the other Commodores have the same kind of lead as Bridget Stamel, but we do see the Commodores are battling in second sets, with the only second set lead for ETSU going to Alexandrova Relitsa. Alexandrova has a 4-2 lead over Marcella Cruz in that second set. But right now we're going to hang with Bridget Stamel, who has only lost a handful of points, if that, in the second set after, again, being down in the first. And that is a double fault to set up match point. Westhoff, could we see that match point graphic for Bridget Stamel? Just making quick work here on court number 2. So multiple match points for Bridget Stamel. One match point is saved by Shamika. Meanwhile, SMU with 2 chances to tie us up at 2 on court number 6. That is on the right side of our screen, hosted by Texas A&M. Bridget Stamel grips and rips. So that is 6-4, 6-love. Vanderbilt takes a 2-love overall lead. Bridget Stamel absolutely rips in that second set and comes out with a bagel for the Commodores. So Westhoff, we can update that overall score to 2-love now for Vandy. So let's switch courts at Ohio State. And let's actually head back to court number 6. Court number 6, where very interesting development here. So Relitsa Alexandrova up 4-2 now over Marcella Cruz in the second set. ETSU has a 4-3 lead over Celia Belmore on court number 1 as well in that second set. So ETSU not going anywhere. They are fighting. So Bridget Stammel takes the win. Vandy's up 2-love, but if we could check out court number 6, where Relitsa Alexandrova is up 4-3 now. Meanwhile, it's 2-all on court number 6. As we see the players getting back up to continue this match, as, again, Marcella Cruz, a player that can really rely on her athleticism, rely on her defense. I've seen her do it for my whole tennis career, and now we do see Alexandrova perhaps able to step into that rally ball a little bit, because Marcella Cruz does hit with a lot of spin. So a drawback of that is if your opponent's able to step into that and take away a little bit of time, as we do see Alexandrova is able to do there on court number 6. So Marcella Cruz perhaps making a few errors from the baseline. And meanwhile, we will be shortly bringing you Cal and San Diego, a gritty women's match that kicks off at the top of the hour. That is, of course, being hosted by top 8 seed, the University of Texas. Texas, the 2-time defending NCAA champions. And meanwhile, if you're a Vanderbilt fan and you're watching Marcella Cruz, or even coaching Marcella Cruz, if you are Alik Subanos, head coach of the Vanderbilt Commodores, perhaps the answer is to see if Marcella Cruz can put in a few more first serves. Again, she really kicks that first and second serve, so we do see her struggling a bit to hold serve here this set on court number 6. Marcella Cruz with the dropper. And the let cord goes to Marcella Cruz. That is a bit of a lucky break for Cruz, whose drop shot did sit in the middle of the court a bit. But now we head to host site, the University of Texas, where Cal and San Diego take the cross-country trip leading down south. As we see Haley Giovara and Valentina Ivanov taking a 1-love lead over the duo from the University of San Diego. And Westop, let's actually Rather, let's stay here on court number 1 as we do introduce all of the doubles matches in action here. Again, this is your host, Peri Sheinin, joined by super producer Daniel Westhoff. We are from your college tennis team at Cracked Rackets. We will be here all day with the NCAA team championships. These are the opening rounds. And hey, what would we rather do on a Friday than check out some college tennis action? It is May 5th. College tennis fans, the diehards who have been with us all season, we thank you for staying with us throughout our broadcasts. As we have reached the NCAA portion of the season. Looking at the University of San Diego as a whole, San Diego is 12-10 on the year, but they did go 6-1 in conference play. But in the WCC tournament, they did lose to Loyola Marymount 4-3 in the first round. LMU is ranked 51 in the nation, but today they take on number 28, California. Here at court number 1, we see serving for USD. We see Solimar calling and Kaylee Evans. Evans is at net, calling at the baseline. Meanwhile, on the far side of our screen, taking the opening game is Haley Giovara and Valentina Ivanov. Giovara, the number 1 singles player for the Cal Bears. Giovara playing forehand side. Valentina Ivanov playing on the ad side. So Solimar calling. Looking at her career at the University of San Diego. Calling as a redshirt senior. She earned a bid to last year's NCAA individual singles championships, as well as the 2021 singles championship. She was the WCC Freshman of the Year back in 2019. Calling was ranked as high as number 30 in singles by the ITA. Ended the season as a top 50 player in 2022. And looking at San Diego last season, really a name that got on the map nationally. USD achieved a team ranking of number 31. That was before the spring season. They ended at 36, which was their highest final team ranking in over 10 years. As we do see a deuce point deciding point here on court number 1. Westhoff, we could see that graphic. And again, in college tennis, we play less, so had that first serve fallen in, the Cal duo would have had to put it in play. But again, 2 California teams squaring off in Texas. And that's big from the University of San Diego to tie us up at 1. here on court number 1. And looking at this Cal team that is now ranked 26th in the nation, they are in their 40th appearance overall in the NCAA championship. So the University of Texas hosting this 4-team regional that includes Cal and USD, also Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Meanwhile, Haley Javara at net for the Cal Bears on the opposite side of our screen. She was named the Pac-12 Scholar Athlete of the Year. And she was the Pac-12 Freshman / Newcomer of the Year back in 2019. Haley Javara has been ranked top 30 in the nation during her campaign with the Cal Bears. Meanwhile, we do see Javara and Ivanov taking a 30-15 lead here on court number 1. And so, meanwhile, it is match point for Amy Stevens for the Vanderbilt Commodores as Vanderbilt looks to take a 3-love lead over ETSU. A match that just as easily could have been a lot closer after a gritty doubles point goes to the Commodores. Backhand battle here on match point. Amy Stevens misses the volley, so it shall be a deuce point deciding point here on court number 5. Deuce point deciding point, match point. We could see that second match point graphic west up for Amy Stevens. Amy Stevens with the second serve now. Both players just driving it high and deep, trying to push one another back at the baseline here. Who will dare to step in first? Amy Stevens not able to convert that match point, so Rivera defends 2 match points, and it's 5-3 here on court number 5. 5-3 Rivera leads. 5-3 Steven leads, rather. Rivera able to stay in it. Meanwhile, we will head to court number 2 in this Texas site here. As again, University of Texas, 2-time NCAA defending champions. Let's actually head to court number 3, Westall. Court number 3 during this changeover, as we will bring you all the action today here on Cracked Rackets. These are the opening rounds of the NCAA Team Championships. As we see here for the University of San Diego, Goldsmith and Bruce Severstein taking on Richardson and Villermoeller from Cal. USD does have a 2-1 lead here on court number 3. So Aaron Richardson and Hannah Villermoeller from Cal really looking to stay aggressive here because they're playing their best doubles when the net player is very active. So we'll see if they're able to start that and get that going, as Elizabeth Goldsmith and Philippa Bruce Severstein continue to roll in this 2-1 game here on court number 3 at Texas. And they thread the needle. So it is 3-1 for this USD team. And again, we do have some similar color schemes in the uniforms going on here at the University of Texas. So as a reminder, the USD team is closest to us on our screen. The Cal team is on the far side. We do love the Navy, but unfortunately, it is very similar to the opponents today, so we will keep you updated with all of the players in action and what schools they represent. So meanwhile, we see on court number 5, Rivera stays in it at Ohio State. As we see if Amy Stevens is able to close out that singles match after she had 2 match points, and unfortunately 4 Vanderbilt fans did make 2 errors on those match points. But meanwhile, we lock in here at court number 3 doubles. As we see, this is the only lead for USD so far in this doubles point. And looking at the lack of movement in the trees at Texas, it seems like it really is a nice day for some outdoor tennis. But again, both of these squads coming from California are used to playing most of their matches outdoors. So although this is a different outdoor venue, it's still the same elements. As again, we see Celia Belmore now up 6-3 and 6-5 in the second set after trailing Bakhtarova 4-3 in that second set. So we see Celia Belmore only 2 points away. Celia Belmore now with a look at that second serve from Bakhtarova. And wow, that second serve sails very long off the racket of Bakhtarova. So It's match point for Celia Belmore. Westop, could we see that graphic? Again, Vanderbilt needs 2 more. And we have our eye on some singles matches that are reaching the end. So Celia Belmore forced to try again. Hereafter, she is unable to convert the first match point. Celia Belmore gets it done with a beautiful backhand down the line. Does it clip? It does clip the line. So 6-3, 7-5 for Celia Belmore at this #1 single spot. A big confidence win for Celia Belmore, the Commodore, originally from France. So Vanderbilt is now up 3-love against ETSU. And again, first to 4 here. So we shall see who is the answer for these Vanderbilt Commodores. As we do see, Amy Stevens is up 6-2, 5-4 at that #5 singles line. But it's looking a little spicy. Not gonna lie when I say it's looking a little spicy for the Vanderbilt Commodores. Amy Stevens, this match is really relying on her at #5 for Vanderbilt, as ETSU has a 6-5 lead in the second set on court #6, and they're up 4-2 on court #4. Meanwhile, it's 4-all in the second set on court #3. And on court 4, Amelia Alfaro is up 4-2 in the second. So right now, Amy Stevens is the only Vanderbilt Commodore with a second set lead. We will keep that match going for you, which is being played at Ohio State. Meanwhile, here on court #2 doubles, we bring back this Cal USD battle, as Jessica Alsola and Katja Wiersholm take on Claudia de las Heras and Jordan McBride. As we see this Cal duo up 40-15, they are serving. And the nice thing about Cal is that some of the players were kind enough to wear those golden visors, so we can identify Cal by that golden visor here. As Jessica Alsola and Katja Wiersholm look to take a 3-2 lead. And they do. 3-2 for Cal with some nice volley action there at net. So it's 3-2 for Cal. On court #2, meanwhile, Westop, let's head to court #5. Court #3, rather. Court #3, there are only 3 doubles matches. Court #3 at the University of Texas, as that is being played on the #5 court at Texas. But that is #3 doubles, as we do see our most commanding lead thus far in this doubles match going to the University of San Diego. Elizabeth Goldsmith and Philippa Gross-Siverson are up 4-1 over Richardson and Viller-Moeller. And this is a very fun rivalry to bring to you here on Cracked Brackets in the first round again. These two California teams in different conferences, but squaring off in the first round of NCAAs down in Texas. So it's break point for San Diego. As we do see, Cal saves one, so it's deuce point deciding point here. Westhoff, could we see that graphic as we see if this Cal duo is able to stay in the set? If you're a Cal fan, you don't hate to see it. As we do see Goldsmith and Bruce Iverson missing the short forehand there at net, so it's 4-2. Meanwhile, we do see Vanderbilt is up 3-love now against the ETSU Bucks, team that won its first SoCon title since 2016 and has put up a big fight, and they're still battling against Vanderbilt. As Vandy takes 5 out of 6 of the first sets today, but ETSU has battled back in the second set, so we'll keep our eye out on those scores. Meanwhile, we do see USD up 4-2 against Cal. So looking at the other two doubles matches in action in this California first round, we do see we're tied up at 3 at court number 1. And rather, Cal just took a 4-3 lead on court number 1, and they're up 3-2 on court number 2. So USD with their only lead here on court number 3, but let's see if Goldsmith and Bruce Iverson are able to convert that to a 5-2 advantage, as we do see a double fault from the San Diego team. We do see Cal showing a bit of frustration, though, as San Diego is now up 40-15. Multiple chances to go up 5-2, and we do talk about scoreboard pressure a lot here at Cracked Brackets, but it's real. And especially at this point in a doubles match when the other team is up on both courts 1 and 2, to get a 5-2 lead for your team on court number 3, that's vital. So we do see second serve now for Goldsmith and Bruce Iverson. They have a chance now to attack. That's good defense from the Cal Bears at net. And something that I've seen across the board, just quick shout out to these college tennis coaches for all the doubles work that we do in college tennis. And I know how much doubles work we did during my stint at Brown. A lot of doubles in college. It's basically 50-50 in practice, and we do see a lot of these girls coming up with fantastic volleys on big points right now. And that is from all year long of training at net. But we do see the San Diego team with a 5-2 lead now on court number 3. So Westhoff, let's head back to court number 1. Court number 1 at Texas. Meanwhile, Vanderbilt and ETSU continue to battle. It's been a 2.5-hour match now, but we do see a chance for Amy Stevens to clinch this match for the Vanderbilt Commodores. Amy Stevens misses it. Oh my goodness, she misses her second volley on match point. So we play on. Shout out to Amy Stevens for not showing any emotion when she missed that. She really kept that inside, stayed very composed as she has match point number 4 now. Amy Stevens clinches the match on match point number 4 with a 6-2, 7-5 win on court number 5. Vanderbilt is through. The Commodores breathe a sigh of relief, even though that was a 4-love win. It did not look like it. That was definitely a match that was not well represented with a 4-love on paper, as Vanderbilt is through to the second round of the NCAA Team Championships with a gritty, rather, I'm just going to say it, a tight 4-love win over ETSU. Shout out to ETSU, the Bucks having a breakout season as well. Congratulations to ETSU for making the NCAA tournament and putting up a good fight against a tough Vanderbilt team. So, meanwhile, we head back to our other matches in action. Cal and USD battling. Let's see that graphic for a deuce point deciding point Westhoff here on court number 1 on the left side of our screen. Cal is fired up. That's a 5-3 lead for the Golden Bears. So 5-3, Cal leads on court number 1. Meanwhile, we do see Doyle up 40-30 in this second set. Mustangs up 1-love. Continues to battle him. Looking at this doubles match, we now see USD has taken a 4-3 lead on court number 2, and they're up 5-2. Rather, Westhoff, let's quickly head to court number 3 if possible here at the University of Texas, as we do see Goldsmith and Bruce Iverson have a match point. So court number 3 at Texas if possible. As we see if USD can get on the board. And it has now become a deuce point deciding point. But all of a sudden, this doubles match that once looked to be in favor of Cal. Now USD has taken the lead on 2 courts. USD has done a great job of staying solid this match at the number 3 line. And that's a huge win for USD, a win and a hug for Goldsmith and Bruce Iverson. That's a 6-2 win at court number 3. So San Diego gets on the board first, and Westhoff, check it out. It's now 5-3 on court number 2. So let's go to court number 2 here at Texas, as we see Claudia de las Heras and Jordan McBride are now up 5-3 over Jessica Alsola and Katja Weersholm. So San Diego is starting to run away with this doubles point. Meanwhile, with this Baylor SMU battle, we are just starting second sets after we do see Baylor takes 4 first sets. SMU is only able to take 2 first sets, and SMU, after taking the doubles point, they need 3 singles matches. So Westhoff, let's actually head to court number 2. Court number 2, where Taylor Johnson was one of the only Mustangs to get the first set. She takes a 6-2 first set over Anita Sadieva. She's up 1 love in the second set. So meanwhile, Cal really needs to stay in this set here on court number 2, because Cal is up on court number 1 in this doubles battle, but right now it's USD who is taking the opening doubles point. Doubles point coming from court number 3. So Cal is up 5-3 on court number 1, but down 5-3 on court number 2, as we see De Las Heras and McBride just 3 points away. So this down to the wire here on the left side of our screen, as we do see San Diego now with multiple match points. So Westhoff, could we see that match point graphic? And San Diego looking for a huge upset here at Texas. Over number 26 ranked Cal here in this doubles point. So we play on as Cal defends 1 match point. Second serve now for Cal, as this duo tries to stay in the doubles point. And that is too good from Claudia De Las Heras and Jordan McBride. The doubles point is clinched by the University of San Diego. That's 6-3. So USD gets on the board first over number 26 Cal. It's 1-0 for USD again, folks. This is the big dance. Anything can happen. And we do see San Diego taking the doubles point over Cal. Again, both of these California teams playing at Texas, and we will watch as these teams settle into singles. How will Cal respond? How will this 26th ranked Golden Bears team respond from dropping the doubles point? Meanwhile, here back at Texas A&M, we see Baylor again. Baylor drops the doubles point, takes 4 out of 6 first sets in singles as we're back here on court 1. As Hadley Doyle drops the first set, but is up 3-love rather, against Sharabina. So looking across the board at these second sets now, we do see it's pretty tied up, but SMU does have a 3-love lead in second sets on courts 1 and 2. But again, Baylor is really using their experience in singles so far with taking 4 of these opening first sets. So Sharabina looking to get on the board now in the second set after she does take the first. It's 40-15 for the Baylor Bears. So it's 3-1 now. Sharabina is on the board. And so, looking at Sharabina, Alina Sharabina is a sophomore out of Moscow, Russia. She was, in 2022, all Big 12 second team in singles, as well as the Big 12 all-freshman team. She was the Court 4 singles champion in the Big 12 tournament last season in 2022. She led the Bears in singles with wins with 25 on the year, her first season. Went 19-4 in the spring with a 13-3 mark on court number 4. So she owned that court number 4 spot, and now from court 4 to court number 1. Sharabina on the rise within this Baylor women's tennis program. So Sharabina really struggling to get a good hold in the second set as She does break Hadley Doyle, but has not been able to hold in the second set after taking the first set, 6-3. Hi.
Let's go.
Welcome back to the Cracked Rackets coverage of the NCAA Team Championships. This is the opening round today here on May 5th. This is your host, Peri Sheinin, joined by super producer Daniel Westoff, as we check out the host site, a top 8 seed, our first of the day, Ohio State women, taking on Xavier. Ohio State, of course, has the privilege of playing at home because they are a top 8 seed in these NCAA team championships. We will have coverage of the NCAA team championship opening rounds all weekend here on the Cracked Rackets YouTube channel on ncaa.com. Wherever you're watching from, thank you for joining us. As we saw this morning, Vanderbilt women take a 4-love win over ETSU in a gritty match at Ohio State site. So now we see the host team in action. As we see this Ohio State duo. It's our first deuce point match point. Westoff, could we see that graphic? Ohio State takes the opening game, so it's a 1-love lead for the Ohio State Buckeyes. And Ohio State and Michigan have really cemented themselves as two of the top teams, both in the nation, but also the two top teams in the Big Ten. Ohio State falling to Michigan in the Big Ten championship match this year, both regular season and conference play. As we do see OSU taking a 1-love lead. Xavier is now the team closest to us on our screen. So we see Ohio State having this breakout season on the year, and both Ohio State and Michigan, men and women, the top two teams in the Big Ten. Of course, Ohio State men winning their 17th consecutive Big Ten regular season championship under head coach Ty Tucker, that is the leader in all sports. As we check in with the women here, as they're just starting their match at home. And especially this late in the season, it's a really important concept for the Ohio State Buckeyes to not have to travel, to be able to stay at home and host these teams, because again, fatigue sets in at this point in the year. And so it's very important for the teams that are staying at home to be able to get a bit more sleep, to take advantage of not having to have that wear and tear of the travel. As we see, looking at this Xavier team, they're 14-7 on the year. They were 3-0 in conference play, winning the Big East tournament and punching their ticket into the Big Dance with 4 love wins over Marquette and Creighton, a 4-1 win over St. John's. And looking at this Ohio State team again, wins the first game from a deuce point, and now it's 30-all. We've seen all day a bit of nerves from many of these programs that are just getting started, and now is the time for teams like Xavier to push Ohio State in this opening round. And of course, it would be an enormous upset if Xavier is able to come out on top, but just to push them, kind of like ETSU just did with Vanderbilt this morning. We saw a 2.5-hour match between Vanderbilt and Eastern Tennessee State. So we will see if Xavier's able to push the Buckeyes a bit in this opening round of the NCAA team championships. So looking at this number 1 Xavier doubles team closest to us now, as we do see deuce point, deciding point going to OSU. So that's the first 2 games, both deuce points, and OSU takes both of them. That is on the far side of our screen. Of course, we see the Ohio State team, but closest to us we have Kat Lyman and Abby Nugent from Xavier. As Ohio State is able to thread the needle from the baseline. And something else, a nuanced point, but we do notice it with these cameras at Ohio State. The OSU Buckeyes, just their technique is a bit more sound than Xavier here on court number 1. So we are seeing Ohio State just technically able to rush Xavier a bit more to start off this doubles match again. Bit of nerves from both teams, but Ohio State up 2-love here on 1. And of course, for Ohio State, we see Shelly Bresniak and Isabel Boulais here on the far side of our screen as OSU is able to dominate at net. And besides Michigan, that's really been the name of the game for Ohio State in conference play. On that doubles court again, Ohio State really just able to run through most of the other Big Ten teams in 2023. As the Buckeyes are now up 40-love. And it's 3-love for Ohio State on court number 1. So Shelly Bresniak and Isabel Boulais have a 3-love lead in Westop. Let's head on to court number 2. Court number 2 now. Here at OSU as we see Anna Roggenberg and Amani Graham take on Coley Allen and Danielle Wilson. Danielle Wilson, a grad transfer out of USC. And we do see it is an early 2-1 lead as we wait for the scoreboard to switch. And so we do see Xavier taking a 2-1 lead on 2. So Westop, let's head to court number 3. We'll check out all the action here at Ohio State as the host team looks to defend home courts in the opening round of the NCAA team tournament. So we see OSU taking a 2-1 lead here on court number 3. That is Lucia Marzal and Irina Cantos from Ohio State. Irina Cantos-Seamers, known as ICS in the Big Ten. They're taking on Emily Flowers and Paulina Franco from Xavier. Meanwhile, we do see SMU taking a 2-1 overall lead over Baylor. But Baylor, again, did take 4 out of 6 of those first sets, so we'll have our eye on that match as well, which is being played at Texas A&M on the lower left side of your screen. Meanwhile, on the upper left side of our screen, we see a match at the University of Texas between Cal and San Diego. San Diego takes the doubles point over number 26 ranked Cal, and those teams are just starting singles play as well. So it's 2-1 here on court number 3 for Ohio State. As we see this duo of Lucia Marzal and Irina Cantos-Seamers now of 40-15. And on the submitted lineup from Ohio State, that had Lucia Marzal at number 6. Marzal spent her first season at the University of Miami. Transfers over to Ohio State. Has a good winning percentage at that number 6 spot, but hasn't played 6 the whole time. And perhaps head coach Melissa Schaub was hiding Marzal a bit before the NCAA tournament. But we do see her in both singles and doubles play now for the Buckeyes. So OSU now up 3-1 on court number 3. And looking at OSU on 1 and 3, they're up 3-love and 3-1. So, of course, we will keep our eye out with the progress of Ohio State in this doubles tournament, in this doubles point, rather, in the NCAA tournament. And we're tied at 2 at court number 2. And again, opening rounds of the NCAAs. This is the time for the teams that are the big players, that are the contenders, may we say, here at Cracked Rackets. We like that word, but never quite know what it means, because Ohio State now, again in this opening match against Xavier, is struggling at number 2 doubles. But OSU does have a 4-love lead now on court number 1 and up 3-1 at court number 3. So we see the Buckeyes making progress on 2 out of 3 of the courts. And again, if you're just joining us, thank you for tuning in. And for this doubles point, it is no bad. 1st to 6 on each doubles match, so just 1 set. So whichever team gets 2 out of 3 of those doubles matches takes the opening point of this college tennis match. And meanwhile, we do see 3-1 lead for OSU here, 15-all. So Ohio State up 30-15 now as head coach Melissa Schaub talking to her Buckeyes. And looking at Ohio State as a whole, OSU 20-7 on the year. They're 10-1 in the Big Ten, of course, with their only loss coming to Big Ten champions, the University of Michigan. That was a 4-2 loss in the championship match. OSU dropped a 4-1 decision to Michigan only a few weeks earlier on April 16th. So it's 40-15 now for OSU, and that's a 4-1 lead on court number 3. And Westhoff, let's head to court number 1. Court number 1 here at Ohio State, as we do see OSU with pretty commanding 4-love lead here. And again, today is really the day of similar uniforms. We do see the NCAA bracket come out, and of course, we do compare the uniforms to a lot of these teams that are squaring off, and similar colors going on. Similar colors, but Ohio State is closest to us on our screen here on court number 1. And so Xavier stays tough that point, as OSU now has a deuce point deciding point. Westhoff, could we see that graphic for the Buckeyes? Deuce point deciding point for OSU to go up 5-love on court number 1. And that did not work, so 4-1, but we like the movement. We like to see it, especially in these opening rounds. If a team is up 4-love, that's fine to go see, even if it's a deuce point. It's always fine to play aggressive tennis, and I'm sure that head coach Melissa Schaub would agree with that, especially early on in this NCAA team championship. If you're a team like OSU that wants to go far, wants to make an impact, make a deep run in this tournament, then sometimes some early misses at net when you're trying to finish the points, it's not a bad thing. As we do see here, OSU has taken a 3-2 lead on court number 2 after being down 2-1 early. And for Ohio State, we do see Danielle Wilson on the far side for the Buckeyes. She's a graduate student out of Newport Beach, California. She played 4 seasons at USC. She was ranked as high as number 70 in the singles ranking. She was top 20 in doubles, number 18 in the nation. She partnered with Madeline Atway from Ohio State to reach the finals of the 25K ITF in Columbus, Ohio this past summer. And she had a heck of a start at USC. She went 27-4 in singles back in 2019, earning the USC Female Rookie of the Year award. Danielle Wilson, coached by head coach Jamie Gresh in high school. Jamie Gresh, a coach that I worked with for a short period of time in my junior career as well. And growing up in New England, he made the move to the other side of the country. As we do see here, Xavier continuing to battle here on court number 2. Xavier with multiple chances now to tie this match at 3. So we see Danielle Wilson ripping forehands on the far side of our screen, and that's too good, though. Great defense from Xavier. And Westhoff, let's actually head to court number 3 doubles really quickly if we can at Ohio State, as we already have a match point for this number 3 Ohio State team of Lucia Marzal and Irina Cantos-Seamers. It's 5-1, 40 love for OSU. And that is match 6-1 for Irina Cantos-Seamers and Lucia Marzal at the number 3 double spot. That's a win at 3 for Ohio State. Now, Westhoff, let's quickly head back to court number 1, as court number 1's Shelly Berezniak and Isabel Boulais are only 3 points away from clinching the doubles point for the Buckeyes. And now make that 2 points away. Two points away for the Ohio State Bucks, who have really come out firing here on courts 1 and 3. And again, if you're head coach Melissa Shaw, that's all you need. 2 strong doubles teams that you can count on in this opening round of the big dance, and it's match point. Westhoff, can we see that graphic as we see Ohio State now just 1 point away from clinching the doubles point in 30 minutes against Xavier. And that is match. So the doubles point goes to Ohio State. Shelly Bresniak and Isabel Boulais take a 6-1 win at court number 1. It was a good match at court number 2, but we do not finish that match today as Ohio State rolls through doubles at courts 1 and 3. OSU at home takes the doubles point, takes a 1-love lead overall against Xavier. As those players set up for singles, we will bring you some more action here in matches that have already begun. We're in the singles portion as we check out Lana Maver up 3-love in the third set. Lana Maver coming from Maine. She spent her first 2 seasons at NC State before transferring to Southern Methodist. So looking at SMU as a whole, the last time they played Baylor, Baylor won 4-1, including commanding doubles point. And today, SMU looking to flip the script. SMU takes the commanding doubles point, and along with another singles match, which was from Taylor Johnson at that number 2 spot, she rolls to a 6-2, 6-1 win for the Mustangs. So Baylor is battling them. But we do see Lana Maver now up 4-love in this third set against Daniela Dimitrov. And Jackie Nylander is up 3-2 in the third set against Lyubov Kostenko. So even though Baylor comes out after doubles, rebounds very well, taking 4 out of the 6 singles matches in action. Well, guess what? The Mustangs are back. They take a lot of second sets and now in third sets. The Mustangs have 2 third set leads, and that's all they need. They just need 2 more against this Baylor team. So Lana Maver, a player in juniors that was pretty consistent. She really relied on her consistency, making you hit an extra ball, and we do see that game style really coming in handy here at court number 5 for the Mustangs. But we do also see Lana Maver has been able to really throughout college evolve as a more aggressive player, especially off that forehand side. Maver has always had good placement on her first serve, and she's really added some power to that as well. And in college, a lot of us, through lifting, which some of us never did in juniors, we really do build that upper body strength that allows us to get more power, especially overhead on that serve. And we do see Lana Maver just 2 points away from taking a 5-love lead. Here on court number 5. And looking at Lana Maver, senior. She went 6-0 overall on the season back in 2021 when she was still at NC State. She went 7-3 in doubles. She notched her first ranked win of the season on the doubles court, taking down number 14 South Carolina. She partnered with NC State's Amelia Rajecki for that. But last season for SMU, really having a breakout year in college tennis, Lana Maver compiled 8 wins and earning a career-high 13 in doubles play. She went 11-3 in dual matches on that doubles court, and we're really seeing that doubles success translate to singles this year for Maver at this number 5 line. But Baylor does continue to fight. Baylor's Daniela Dimitrov is just a freshman from Louisville, Kentucky. She hails from Barcelona Tennis Academy. Dimitrov reached a career-high junior ranking of 68 in the world. So we do see a deuce point deciding point. Westhoff, could we see that graphic for Lana Maver to take a 5-love lead? We were on court number 5. So a bit of the forehand slice action does not get it done for Maver. So it's 4-1 now as Dimitrov hangs in. Here on court number 5. In Westhoff, let's actually head to court number 4. Court number 4 as Jackie Nylander now has a 4-2 lead over Lyubov Kostenko in this third set. So the Mustangs are very close. They can smell victory, but again, this will not be complete if these two Mustangs aren't able to close out these third sets. So it's a deuce point deciding point. Westhoff, can we see that graphic as we do see Baylor just really hanging on and playing very pretty tennis right now. Hangs in. It's 4-3 now in the third set. Most up, we can head back on over to court number 5, where Lana Maver is looking to close it out against Daniela Dimitrov. So we see Maver just doing everything she can to stay aggressive here in this third set because it's so easy when the match is close to being completed to revert back to that prevent victory defense, but Lana Maver is doing a good job of continuing to step in. As we bring back the Ohio State women as they face Xavier at home, the Buckeyes opening the NCAA tournament in Columbus. I'm looking at this match here on court number 5. Again, this is also a time when players really need to rely on one another to get through and to close out matches because, as I said earlier, it's very easy for players to start to play defensively when it's close to the end. And this is really a time for Lana Maver and Jackie Nylander, playing 4 and 5 respectively, to really start using one another's energy and team chemistry to start stepping in and believing in yourself at the end of a match, because again, these are both third set matches, so it has not been easy for the Mustangs today as they look to flip the script against Baylor, a team that beat them 4-1 just a few weeks ago back in April. That is a tough miss from Lana Maver. Again, that drop shot sat there for a little bit, but that sets up 2 break points for Dimitrov. Or rather, that sets up the 30-all point. A chance for Dimitrov to earn 2 break points. So we do see she does it, so Dimitrov takes a 40-30 lead here over Lana Maver. As we have seen the ball start to get slightly shorter from the racket of Maver. I know from experience those final 2 games feel like such an uphill battle when you have been battling to get there in a third set. Maver with the 4-1 lead. But now 2 break points for the Baylor Bears here on 5. As we see, Maver herself has had 11 break point chances. Second serve now for Lana Maver. And that is a double fault. So Dimitrov hangs in and it's 4-2. As we see Dimitrov showing some positive body language, trying to show the rest of this Bears team that they're still in it. And they very much are still in it, because check out the momentum shift. I was talking about the Mustangs using their energy, but it looks like Baylor has done that exactly, as Jackie Nylander has tied it up to 4-all in the third set with Libov-Kostenko. So Kostenko and Nylander 4-all now. In the third set, it's 3-all in the third set at number 3 singles, and at number 1 singles, Baylor has a 3-love lead in the third. So Lana is now the only player with a third set lead here at Texas A&M. So 4-2, 15-all. You see the nerves setting in from both of these girls here. It's both players are trying to will themselves to swing. And Lana Maver is able to step in there. And that's smart off the racket of Maver, who again is a standout doubles player. So if she can find a way to get into net here and stay aggressive, even if it's not perhaps the best approach shot, sometimes late in the match like this, it's important just to show your opponent that you're quote-unquote thinking forward, as some coaches like to say. So Maver grips the line there with that forehand down the line winner, and that sets up multiple points for Maver to take a 5-2 lead here on court number 5. That's very impressive tennis from Maver, who again was struggling to keep on stepping in up 4-love in this third set, and this is a big turnaround for the senior. Maver is there for that drop shot. And that's a 5-2 lead for Lana Maver here on court number 5. So Maver has taken back control of this match. Meanwhile, Westhoff, if we can, maybe jump over to court number 4 as soon as possible, because right now it's a deuce point deciding point at 4-all in the third set between Nylander and Kostenko. This might hold the fate of the match in this 1 point if we can get there. And we do see that Nylander is able to take a 5-4 lead. That is huge if you are an SMU fan, because again, Baylor has a 4-3 lead in the third set on court number 3 and a 3-1 lead in the third set on court number 1. So that was huge. That was a huge point from Jackie Nylander, as she's 1 game away, and so is Lana Maver. This is a match that could just as easily be a 4-3 decision, and we'll just have to see the fight that Baylor Bears bring here at the end of this match. Again, this match kicked off at 11 a.m. It's nearly 3 hours in, and we're still fighting. Meanwhile, we do see USD with a 1-love lead over California. The Cal Bears fighting back, 26th in the nation. But we do see Cal has taken first sets on 3 of the courts, but they need first sets on 4. And Westhoff, let's head to court number 2, actually, at Texas A&M, at the University of Texas. Court number 2, as Claudia de las Heras is up 6-3-3-1 over Haley Jubara. So we lock in here at court number 5 at the end of this battle. The SMU Mustangs are just one game away on 2 of these courts. And Lana rips that back in down the line, and that falls in. What's match point for Maver? And she does it! Lana Maver with a 3-6, 6-4, 6-2 decision here at number 5. She really stepped up today. From playing offense to defense, back to offense, Lana Maver gets it done. She's able to step in and swing when it matters. SMU is now up 3-1 over Baylor, and Westhoff. Maybe we could check back in with that camera to see if it is functioning with this battle between Jackie Nylander and Lyubov Kostenko on court number 4. If not, we will head to another court in action, as we do have... Here we go. We do have this match really coming down to whether or not Jackie Nylander can continue to step in, take time away from Kostenko. So it's the break point here. Break point. Rather, no. 2 points to hold here. That score is a little off. The player serving here is Kostenko from Baylor. So she has 2 chances to stay in this match. And she does. That is a bit of a wild rip from Nylander. So we're tied at 5. We play on. So again, even though Baylor is down 3-1 in this match, that's not the actual score. That is the actual score, but it does not correctly represent what is going on in this match, because Baylor is up 3-1 in the third on court number 1, up 4-3 in the third on court number 3, and here we go. It's 5-all in the third. Anything can happen, folks. Baylor needs all 3 of these matches in action, and that is not the tallest order for these Baylor Bears, who, again, have been fighting. They take 4 out of 6 first sets in singles after dropping the doubles point to SMU, and right now they just are fighting tooth and nail for every point. And it does seem like, at least from these past few games that we've seen with Nylander and Kostenko, it's really going to come down to the depth from Nylander's racket. Again, Kostenko is very talented and very aggressive when the ball's in the middle of the court. But again, when the ball's a little bit deeper, even if Nylander keeps it in the middle, she is able to keep those points neutral with a bit more depth. And first serves are also important, as Kostenko is gearing up there to step into that second serve. That just falls in, and Kostenko is just ripping right now. And this is a tough match for someone like Nylander, again, who's a bit more comfortable working the points a few steps farther back. This is a number 4 single spot, which can go either way with your opponent. If you're playing 4 for a team, your opponent might either be hyper aggressive or traditionally on the lower end of the lineup playing a bit more neutral tennis, a bit more of an aggressive counterpuncher here. On court number 4 in Kostenko, though. That's good from Nylander. Again, good depth, and she's able to finish at net. So it's 30-all now here on court number 4. Again, there are 3 matches left in action. Baylor needs all 3 to come out with a 4-3 win. Again, Baylor won this matchup 4-1 just a few weeks ago, back in April. And Westhoff, it's now 3-2 the overall score, as we do see Isabella Harvison from Baylor taking a 6-3 third set decision. She takes down Drew Morris in 3 sets, so it's 3-2 now for the overall score, as this is very likely going to be the deciding match. That is smart tennis from Kostenko. Again, Kostenko, who has just been ripping, comes out with the dropper, setting up 2 chances to go up 6-5 in the third set. That's Jackie Nylander. Just needs some more depth, and that just comes from a loose arm, which is tough to come by when the score line is so tight. It's nice aggressive forehand from Nylander, and Westhoff, this is a deuce point deciding point, and folks, this might be the deciding point of the match. This is, in some ways, a pre-match point in a lot of ways, because we do see Baylor is up big in the third set on court number 1, so that match is likely to finish, and this is likely to be that 3-all match. But again, this is the point to lock in. That's really good from Kostenko. Again, very impressed with Kostenko's ability to absolutely just rip that forehand. And so Kostenko takes a 6-5 lead. And we are heading to court number 1, as Alina Sharabina has a 4-1 40-30 advantage in the third set over Hadley Doyle from SMU. So Sharabina now making that a 5-1 advantage. So Baylor Bears are now 1 game away on 2 courts from winning this match. The momentum shift is real, folks. This is a classic opening match of the NCAA Team Championships between, again, 2 teams that have a rivalry. They have history this season. Baylor did come out on top last meeting, and that might mean something, as we see that huge ace down the tee from Sharabina. She's 3 points away. So now Baylor, it's just 1 game away on 2 courts. I know we just said that for SMU, but that's college tennis. It has now switched. So it's 2 points away for Sharabina here on court number 1. That is a double fault, though, so we play on. And for Hadley Doyle, the key right now is depth. And I'm saying that for most players out there right now, but that's really because all 4 players that are still in action right now are such good ball strikers from the middle of the court that even if you're getting the ball a bit deeper in the middle of the court and staying neutral, that will help right now, because any balls in the middle of the court, all 4 of these girls are just taking and controlling. And if we play the game, of course, that we love to play at Cracked Rackets of who would you rather be, right now I'm not sure. So Hadley Doyle stays in it. Not the best depth, but she makes do. So it's 30-all. Here on the top single spot. Again, these teams facing off at Texas A&M, a top 8 seed in the NCAA team championships. And we will bring you both of these matches as soon as this one is complete, if it does end up finishing in this game. That's too good from Hadley Doyle, who gets a bit lucky with that lit cord. So Doyle now has 2 chances to break Sherebina. And you know what, Westhoff? Let's actually head to court number 4, because we do see Libov Kostenko is now up 30-15, up 6-5. So we would not want to miss the end of this match, and we will, of course, have updates for you on both of these courts. So it is break point for Hadley Doyle on court number 1 in Westhoff. If we do have the ability to jump over to court number 4 at Texas A&M, let's do that. So Libov Kostenko is now with multiple match points. And that's match. Libov Kostenko, 6-3, 3-6, 7-5 in the third. So that is absolutely huge for the Baylor Bears, who perhaps that was the deciding match, as we do see Baylor hugging in. It wasn't the deciding match physically, but it's about to be, as Westhoff. Let's hop back on over to court number 1 as Baylor is up 5-1 in the third set. It's deuce. Alina Sherebina has the match on her racket. It's deuce point, deciding point, Westhoff. Do we see that graphic? Because this is a match point for Alina Sherebina and for the Baylor Bears. This is the 3-all deciding match. There's only 1 point left. Alina Sherebina does it. That is a 4-3 win for the Baylor Bears, as we do not see a huge celebration from Baylor. It looks more like relief. Again, Baylor, who took down SMU 4-1 back in April. We do see Baylor just looks relieved to get through this, but what a battle from both teams. And SMU, just a heartbreaking loss from a team that was up for much of this match, comes out firing, takes an early doubles point, and had a number of third set leads, but it goes the way of Baylor University as the Bears come out on top 4-3, the final score over SMU at Texas A&M. So a great run from SMU comes to an end here in the first round of the NCAA team championships. Baylor moves on. And now we have more double box action for you as we take over here with Ohio State. And we're back at the University of Texas as San Diego takes a 2-love lead over the California Golden Bears. Cal ranked 26 in the nation. So we do see here San Diego takes that doubles point and very decisive, some early leads in singles as well. So multiple chances now for Valentina Ivanov to take a 5-3 lead in this second set. So meanwhile, looking at Ohio State, the Buckeyes have really roared off two big starts in singles as well. Ohio State has big leads or first sets in all of these singles matches in action, and we do check out court 2 as Isabelle Boulais just went up 5-2 over Kat Lyman. And Westhoff, let's jump on over to court number 3. Court number 3 at Ohio State as Coley Allen is up 5-3 over Abby Nugent. She has a pretty commanding lead with that big forehand. Coley Allen has really been able to flex that forehand since junior tennis. As we see, Allen is just 3 points away here on court number 3. And Ohio State is playing like they own the place, which they do. They're playing at home. But if you're a Buckeyes fan, you do love to see your team coming out early and really just not letting their foot off the gas on any of these courts. So Coley Allen now just 2 points away. So it's set point for Coley Allen. Westhoff, could we see that graphic? And meanwhile, Valentina Ivanov just one game away from splitting sets here with Goldsmith at court number 4 on the right side of our screen at the University of Texas. So one set point is saved by Nugent. Meanwhile, San Diego does end up taking 3 first sets. Cal does take 3 first sets as well. But we have a number of matches that look like they're heading to a third set, so don't go anywhere, folks. Texas is the host to a match that will likely be going on for at least another hour. As we do see Coley Allen with another set point chance. Westhoff, we could bring that set point graphic back for Coley Allen. So that's first set, 6-3 for Coley Allen over Kira Nugent, and we continue play here at Ohio State. Let's actually head to court number 5, the only first set still in action. Court number 5, as Shelly Berezniak has a set point over Abby Szymanski at number 5 singles. And meanwhile, we do bring you the match between Arizona State and Wake Forest women that is being hosted by the University of Tennessee. The Tennessee women hosting this NCAA regional. So Shelly Berezniak now 5-3 lead over Szymanski. So looking at Shelly Berezniak as a whole for the Ohio State Buckeyes. Berezniak is a sophomore out of Bat Yam, Israel. She was 3-5 in singles this past fall, 2-5 in doubles. She got a doubles win with Akansha Bond. Akansha Bond, who we do not see in the lineup today for Ohio State, but Bond is a grad transfer out of Columbia University. But Shelly Berezniak in juniors was ranked as high as number 650 in the WTA rankings on that doubles court. She was the 2019 Israeli national champion and played for the Israeli Fed Cup team in 2020. She's majoring in international business. Meanwhile, we have a deuce point deciding point in the upper left-hand corner of our screen at the University of Texas. And that seems to go the way of Valentina Ivanov as we wait for that score to update. Meanwhile here, Shelly Berezniak. Whether we play on in that second set in the upper left-hand corner of our screen, but we look at our big screen where Shelly Berezniak is just a few points away from taking the opening first set. So meanwhile, we do see this Ohio State team really just rolling through all of the singles matches in our big screen. And we do check out this Arizona State and Wake Forest team squaring off here. Looking at the Wake Forest team as a whole, Wake Forest is 17-13 on the year. They're 5-8 in conference play. They're 1-6 when they're away in 2023. And so we do see Wake Forest taking the opening doubles point. But Arizona State has their fair share of first set leads. And Westhoff, if possible, let's actually head to court number 5. Court number 5 with Arizona State. And it seems that we already are at court number 5. Let's stay at court 5 for now. And we will continue to keep you updated with those scores as they evolve. So meanwhile, Berezniak has multiple set points. Westhoff, if we could see that set point graphic. And that was lucky let cord that gives Berezniak the first set. So it's a 6-3 decision over Szymanski. So OSU officially has all 6 first sets, as well as the doubles point against Xavier. In Westhoff, let's bring the Arizona State Wake Forest match into our big screen so we can check out a potential match point here, a potential set point rather, here on court number 5. As we do see Rachel Hannaford taking on Whitley Pate. Hanford is up 5-1. So it is now 30-all as we play on here. And so after Wake Forest gets the doubles point, the first set leads so far for Wake Forest are only on 2 courts. So ASU is really flexing their muscles early on in this singles point. So we do see both of these women battling, but that backhand battle goes the way of Arizona State. So it's a set point. Westhoff, we could see that set point graphic for Hanford here on court number 5. And for both Wake Forest and Arizona State, 2 teams that have played a fair amount of outdoor tennis. So at this point, seems relatively even in terms of the advantage with outdoor tennis, but Arizona State might take the cake with the advantage in terms of playing in the heat, a little bit more of that dry heat. And now down in Tennessee, it's a bit more humid, but Arizona State's probably battled in a bit more adverse conditions in terms of heat so far, as it is a deuce point, a deciding point, match point. Set point, rather, as we see Riley Hannaford. Surprisingly, a bit of negative body language from her, even though she is up 5-1 in this first set. And Hanford really looking for a forehand to step in here. And so that is the first set going the way of Arizona State on court number 5. Riley Hanford, 6-1, the first set decision over Whitley Pate. And so Westhoff, let's next head to court number 6. Court number 6 as Wake Forest Jingyi Lee looks to hang in there against Patricia Spacca, who has a 4-1 lead, again, for Arizona State. So if we could head to court number 6 here at Tennessee, check out that action as Anna Bryland from Wake Forest did get a 6-2 first set over Dominika Turkovic at number 2. So that's one first set for Wake Forest. But right now, Arizona State has dominated most of these other first sets, as we do see Spaka here, the lefty closest to our screen. That's too good from Patricia Spaka, who stretched out, is able to dip that low, setting up multiple break points here on court number 6. And so whenever you're playing lefty like Patricia Spaka, of course the idea is to get, for a righty like Jingyi Lee, is to get that forehand cross-court short angle to the Spaka backhand. But again, if the ball is going too deep off the racket of Spaka, it's going to be very tough to do. It's very tough to create angles off depth. As we do see Jingyi Lee not coming up with a good enough approach shot there, and it's 5-1 for Patricia Spaka. Looking at Spaka, a sophomore from Latvia. She and Dominika Turkovic are one of 32 teams that were selected to compete in the NCAA doubles championships. That was last season, and Spaka has continued to have success on that doubles court at the number 1 position. Spaka is coming off a 2-match win streak, including a 10-8 win in the 3rd set against UPenn when ASU played UPenn. Taking down Iris Gallo at the number 5 spot, 10-8 in the 3rd. So Spaka now only 3 points away from another first set for Arizona State. And I am seeing why doubles might be a bit of an issue for this ASU team. It's because most of these girls are grinders we saw across the lineup, and that's a good thing if you're playing long singles matches, if you're wearing down your opponent. But in doubles, it's a bit tougher to step in and create more action if both players are more of aggressive baseliners, more counterpunchers. And so Spaka now 2 points away. Meanwhile, on the upper left side of our screen, we do see Ohio State taking the first 6 first sets after taking the doubles point over Xavier. So, of course, we will keep you updated with that battle. And meanwhile, in the lower left-hand corner of our screen, we do see San Diego up 2-love still against Cal in this overall match. And we have a number of matches that are looking like they are heading to 3rd sets, but in the meantime, Westhoff, let's actually head to court number 6 in the lower left-hand corner of our screen, court number 6. At the University of Texas, as Hannah Villermoeller at number 6 has a 7-5-5-4 advantage over Kaylee Evans from San Diego. So Villermoeller looking to put Cal on the board. And during that changeover, it actually may have been a forfeit at 6-5, so that's why we may have seen no action for a bit. As Elizabeth Goldsmith from San Diego was up 6-4, 6-5. And it seems as if Valentina Ivanov may have had to default. We are waiting for confirmation on that. But it might be 3-love for San Diego now, as we were waiting for that match to resume play, but we're not sure if it will today. So we will keep you updated with that. We hope that Ivanov is all right. Meanwhile, Hannah Villermoeller is just 3 points away for Cal on the lower left-hand corner of our screen. And it's a set point here for Patricia Spacca for Arizona State to take yet another first set. But Jing Lee plays aggressive there and saving one of the set points. So set point number 2 for Patricia Spacca. Westhoff, could we see that graphic for Spacca? And so Spacca is not able to get the depth that she needs here on court number 6, and we play on. Meanwhile, we are still trying to figure out if that was a forfeit on court number 4, as we have not seen action in a long time, as the score continues to be 6-5 for Elizabeth Goldsmith in that second set. So perhaps it is an extended injury timeout for Valentina Ivanov. We'll let you know as soon as we know more. We do see a trainer did just come out to the court, so. Meanwhile, we play on court number 6, so. In the meantime, Westhoff, let's head to a different court as we see Arizona State is really making an impact in singles. So Westhoff, let's head to court number 3. Court number 3, as we do see Mariana Acrostati having a 4-3 lead over Brooke Killingsworth. So let's head to court number 3 at Tennessee. Court number 3 at Tennessee. And actually, Westhoff, if we have a minute to make the University of Texas our main screen, as we do have a match point opportunity there for Villermoeller. So why don't we switch those two? Perfect. And match point for Hannah Villermoeller. That is a double fault, so it's a deuce point, deciding point, match point. So match point number 2 for Villermoeller. Hannah Villermoeller gets Cal on the board with a 7-5, 6-4 victory over Kaylee Evans here on court number 6, and that is 2-1 now. San Diego leads. 2-1 for San Diego. And Westhoff, we can make Ohio State our main screen now. Let's make Ohio State our main screen, as we do see that the Buckeyes are racing to the finish line here at home after Danielle Wilson takes a 6-love win at court number 6. We do check in here at court number 3 as Coley Allen is up 6-3, 4-1. And so Coley Allen up 6-3, 4-1 over Abby Nugent. Coley Allen just ripping and ripping on that backhand side. And a player with the stature of Coley Allen often has trouble getting a little bit lower on balls, like that low backhand, but Allen actually does a pretty good job of usually getting low on those backhands, and especially on that forehand side, again, her strength. She has plenty of racket head speed as well to keep the ball moving through the court, even outdoors. So Nugent is now serving for multiple chances, and that's a nice serve +1 from Nugent, and it's 4-2 now. Coley Allen leads, and Westhoff, let's actually switch over to court number 4 where Lucia Marzal is playing court number 4. Court number 4 at Ohio State, as we do see if Lucia Marzal, also up 4-3 in the second set, is able to close it out for the Buckeyes. But shout out to Xavier, who really is putting up a good fight at the number 1 and 2 spots. It's 3-2 for Ohio State in the second sets, but Xavier's battling. Xavier down 4-3 at court number 4, up 2-1 in court number 5. And meanwhile, all eyes on Arizona State in the lower left-hand corner of our screen, as ASU has the chance to take a third first set here at Tennessee. Of course, Arizona State taking on Wake Forest women at the host site of Tennessee. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is Peri Sheinin, joined by super producer Daniel Westhoff for Cracked Rackets, here watching the NCAA Team Championship opening rounds here on the Cracked Rackets YouTube channel, also available on the NCAA website. As we see Coley Allen now with multiple chances to go up 5-2. And Allen overshoots that one a little bit, so we play on court number 3. And again, Ohio State led by Melissa Schaub, who is a 4-time Big Ten Coach of the Year. Melissa Schaub graduated from the University of Tennessee in 2006. She's 198-65 through the spring of 2022. That's her record at the helm of this Ohio State Buckeyes program. Ohio State has competed in each of the last 8 NCAA tournaments starting in 2014, including a semifinal berth back in 2017. She has been the head coach of this program since 2013-14 season. She's gone 86-20 in Big Ten regular season matches. Holy Ellen with a drop shot that kind of sat there, but she gets away with it. She's there, and she misses that drop shot, but that was a wacky point there from both players. As we see a deuce point deciding point. It looks like a little bit like Coley Allen has a bit too many options, and that's sometimes tough to keep it simple, as Coley Allen should, if you're an Ohio State fan, should probably be going for higher percentage tennis right now. And she was trying to throw in the drop shot and trying to make it a little too perfect out there. Because right now, simple tennis is the best thing for this Buckeyes team that, on paper and physically, just a more talented team than Xavier. But again, Xavier is digging deep and battling. As Coley Allen does miss that one long, so showing a bit of frustration. It's 4-3 now in the second set against Nugent and Westhoff. Let's switch on over to court number 4 at Ohio State if possible. Court number 4 if we have it. So we do see a 6-love 5-3 advantage for Lucia Marzal. Again, Marzal coming to Ohio State after a stint at the University of Miami. Marzal, a senior now. She originally is from Valencia, Spain. She earned her bachelor's degree in international business last spring from OSU. This past fall, she won 6 singles matches. Had a 4-3 doubles mark. She had some doubles wins with Coley Allen. She was ranked top 500 in the world in the ITF juniors. She has beaten 61 players from 20 different countries prior to her college career, so a lot of international travel there for Lucia Marzal. As we see Marzal now just 1 game away for the Buckeyes. And again, sometimes it's a little easy to make things a bit too complex when you are close to finishing out a match against a team perhaps on paper that you are supposed to beat. As we see Xavier starting to mix up the pace a little bit. Love to see it. So it's 30-love for Regenbach. Anna Roggenberg is a redshirt junior from Ohio. So she is coming back home to play this match. She was the 2021 Big East Freshman of the Year, as well as the Big East Tournament Most Outstanding Player. Her father played college basketball at Creighton from 1986 to 1990. She helped Xavier to a 17-4 overall record, 6-0 against Big East teams last season. As we see Rogenberg goes for that back end down the line, just barely misses it. But again, for players like Lucia Marzal and Coley Allen, we have seen them depart the text a little bit late in these matches, as we see if the Buckeyes can refocus and just get back to neutral in these points. As we do see some frustration from the Bucks as we are tied at 5 in the second set. So shout out to Xavier for continuing to battle. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's hop back on over to court number 3 as Coley Allen is up 5-3 in the second set. Or actually, no, Westhoff, let's go to court number 2. Isabelle Boulais now has a match point. Court number 2 at Ohio State as Isabelle Boulais is up 6-2, 5-2 over Kat Lyman. It's a match point if we could see that graphic for Isabelle Boulais. That is match. Isabelle Boulais, 6-2, 6-2 over Kat Lyman. She is through. Ohio State is up 3-love, so OSU just needs one more. And where will that come from for the Buckeyes? Let's try Coley Allen, Westhoff. Let's go to court number 3, as Coley Allen is now up 6-3, 5-3 over Abby Nugent. Court number 3 at Ohio State, as we see where that 4th point will come from for the Buckeyes. We do have some pretty commanding leads. In second sets, Irina Cantos at number 1 is up 5-2 after taking the first set 6-1. But Coley Allen finishes that point, so now she's just 2 points away for Ohio State. Nice depth from Coley Allen as she steps in and takes control of this point. So Coley Allen now with multiple match points. If we could see that match point graphic, West up, as Coley Allen looks to clinch this match for the Ohio State Buckeyes in a rather straightforward decision. Again, Buckeyes playing like they're at home, which they are. One of the most straightforward, dominant performances we have seen from a team so far today on Cracked Racquets. That's a great shot from Nugent to stay in this match. So match point number 2, Westhoff, if we could see that graphic. And Coley Allen clinches for the Ohio State Buckeyes, 6-3, 6-3 here on court number 3. Ohio State is through with a 4-love win over Xavier. again, Ohio State really playing like they own the place. That was a dominant performance from the Buckeyes. A nice opening statement over a team that, of course, on paper, they are supposed to get through. But shout out to Xavier for battling, for making the NCAA tournament, for being the Big East champions for a third season in a row. Congratulations to Xavier as Ohio State makes it through to the second round of the Big Dance. And here we are on court number 4 at Texas as Valentina Ivanov is up 5-4, looking to send this match to 3 sets for the Golden Bears as Cal trails San Diego 2-1. So Valentina Ivanov now with multiple set points. Westop, could we see that set point graphic here on court number 4 is Valentina Ivanov and Elizabeth Goldsmith are 1 point away from a third set decision here on court number 4. And so that just barely sails along and 6-5. Or rather, that just barely clips the line, 6-5, as we do see Goldsmith now just 1 point away. But it's really going to be up to Valentina Ivanov here, putting in a good first serve, getting herself into the point. And that's a huge second set victory from Valentina Ivanov. We are going the distance here on court number 4. Valentina Ivanov is pumped, and if you're a Cal fan, you are pumped as well because, again, Cal needs this. Cal's down 2-1 to San Diego. In Westhoff, let's actually head to court number 1. Let's head to court number 1. And again, that was a huge comeback from Valentina Ivanov after she had to call the trainer. She was down 6-4, 6-5 to Elizabeth Goldsmith. Comes back, takes that second set 7-6 decision. But San Diego is still definitely the team that you would want to pick to come out on top here, as Solimar Calling is up 4-2 in the third set on court number 1 for San Diego. And San Diego is up 4-3 in the third set. Jordan McBride at court number 5 as well. So the pathway to 4 for San Diego still remains pretty open. But again, Cal staying in and just battling. As we see a big serve there from El Sola. So 30-15 now. We're also up, but that is a tough double fault. So tied at 30 here. I'm looking at a team like the Cal Golden Bears. This squad is 12-9 on the year. They're 7-3 in a conference play. They are even when they play away. They're 500. They're 4-4 on the year when they're on the road. Facing this San Diego team that is 12-10 in 2023. They're 6-1 in West Coast Conference play, but that only loss did come to number 47 SMU. That was a 4-love loss back on April 14th. They did go 1-1 with LMU in 2023, falling to Loyola Marymount in the opening round of the WCC tournament. And Sully Marcoling had that second serve on a racket. But now it's a deuce point deciding point, Westhoff. If we could see that graphic, a huge point here on court number 1 for both of these teams. So 5-2. Sully Marcoling leads for San Diego. And college tennis fans, this match could last another 10 minutes or an hour, because Sully Marcoling is up 5-2 for San Diego, but it's 4-all now in the third set on court number 5. So Westhoff, if we could hop to court number 5 at the University of Texas. Court number 5 as it's 4-all in the third set between Pasola Fulch and Jordan McBride. So San Diego, just 3 games away in total, but gosh, does that feel like an uphill battle against this gritty Cal team again. This would be a big upset. Cal is ranked 26th in the nation, so the stakes are there for Cal to continue battling and see if they can find a way, because for San Diego, now is the time that they can swing freely. As we do see a bit of a miss hit there off the racket of McBride. Looking at Jordan McBride for San Diego. She's a junior out of Thousand Oaks, California. Her mom, Dina McBride, played for head coach Sherry Stevens at San Diego and then played professionally. And her father, Desi, played professionally as well. And He's coached tennis for over 30 years, so a big tennis family, including some San Diego blood here. As we see McBride fighting, making this game 30-all here on court number 5. So it looks like court number 1 is back in action. So we will head over there as Solimar Calling just 1 game away. 3 points away now against Jessica Alsola. So that is a grip and rip from Solimar Calling. And Calling, who really has been the big name out of San Diego again. Top 30 in the nation has been her career high ITA singles ranking, and she has been the recipient of much recognition throughout her performances on the court for San Diego. So Calling is now just 1 point away. West off, can we see that match point graphic for San Diego to take a 3-1 lead over number 26 Cal. And that's huge from Solimar Calling. That's just too good. 6-3, 2-6, 6-2. She takes that win over Jessica Alsola at court number 1. Huge win for Solimar Calling, and huge win for the University of San Diego, who's now up 3-1 over Cal. And so Westhoff, let's head on back to court number 5, where Jordan McBride is up 5-4 over Berta Pasola-Folch. So it's 1 game away for the University of San Diego here on court number 5. And again, if you're Jordan McBride, the answer right now is keep on stepping in, to keep on taking time away from Pasola-Folch, because we've seen McBride do a great job of really keeping the tempo up in these points and keeping the points on her terms. And you do that by depth and by stepping in. And McBride has been able to do both, as we see if she can close out this match for her team. And so it's a big serve from Pasola-Folch. We see Cal Golden Bears just holding on to every point they can. His associate head coach, Zach Warren, gives his players some advice. He's in his 9th season as a college tennis coach. He had his program's first #1 national ranking for 10 consecutive weeks, the nation's best in 2016. He played for head coach Brad Pierce while he was a student athlete at BYU. And we do see Pasola-Folch continuing to step in. I've actually never seen that before. Seems as if Pasola Fulch just took a water break, standing up in the middle of the point. Huh. In the middle of the game, rather. Did not realize that was possible for players to do. I guess coaches can bring players water in the middle of a game. We do see assistant coach of the day there, being also the ball kid for his player. That's a rip from Pasola Fulton. That sets up multiple points to make this a 5-all match here in the third set. And it's 5-all, folks. We play on. Meanwhile, with the other matches still in progress, we do see USD, Abigail Dostaintonov, taking a 1-love lead in the number 3 singles battle, and Valentina Ivanov takes a 1-love lead in court number 4. So, again, looking at the overall match, San Diego leads 3-1. Cal needs all 3 of these matches. So we do see Pasola Fulch now has completely changed the momentum of this match, really not even giving Jordan McBride time to set up really throughout the point. And shout out to Cal and to the Cal coaching staff for being able to change this momentum with their backs against the wall here in this third set. And that is a nervous double fault off the racket of McBride. So Pasola Fulch has now won 6 points in a row after being down 5-4 in the third set in the match that could be clinched for the University of San Diego. But that is too good off the racket of McBride, so it's 30-15 now. So Berta Pasola Fulch is just a freshman out of Barcelona, Spain. She went to her previous school was in Switzerland in high school. And now we see multiple chances for Pasola Fulch to break Jordan McBride. And really, Fulch has just played a very different level of tennis than we've seen for most of this third set. That's too good, that 1-2 punch from McBride. So 40-30 now. Jordan McBride is in front. And that is really great tennis on this court number 5 court. Again, we've seen the evolution of this lower end of the lineup as these women and men have begun to step in. They've begun to step in at all positions on the court, and we're seeing that. That is very clear here. These are not long points on court number 5 as both players are really trying to rip. It's deuce point deciding point. basically a pre-match point. Jordan McBride gets it done, 6-5. She comes back from a 40-love deficit here on court number 5. Meanwhile, we do see Arizona State with a match point. 6-3, 5-love, 40-15. And that is match for Marley, 6-3, 6-love. Arizona State takes it. So ASU now up 3-1. Here over Wake Forest, and ASU has really played gritty. This is gritty match from the Arizona State Sun Devils, and we do see ASU Westhoff on court number 3. Mariana Agrasati is up 6-3, 4-3. So we have some matches that are coming to the end. As Alex Gruskin says, it is the witching hour in college tennis. It's 3:08 p.m. Eastern. If you're just joining us, we had a number of matches that have already completed. We saw the Vanderbilt women take a 4-love win over ETSU. We saw Baylor women take a gritty 4-3 win over SMU. They were down for most of that match. They come back when it counts, come out with the win, and Ohio State rolls to a 4-love win over Xavier. And meanwhile, we do see Jordan McBride here for USD, just one game away from clinching the match for San Diego. And so that is 1 for Jordan McBride. She's 3 points away. So 30-love for Jordan McBride. Jordan McBride from Thousand Oaks, California. As these California teams square off at the University of Texas. And that is match point for Jordan McBride. So San Diego has the chance for a huge upset in this opening round of the Big Dance to take down number 26, California. So that volley does grip the line, and we play on. That was a bit of a swing that Vasola Folch took on that forehand volley, but barely stays in, and that's a match point if I've ever seen one. All right, match point number 2, Westhoff. Can we see that graphic? Jordan McBride gets it done for the University of San Diego. That's 2-6, 6-4, 7-5. That is a big reaction from the University of San Diego as USD hands Cal a huge upset, 4-1 the final score at the University of Texas. San Diego comes out on top over the number 26 ranked team in the nation in Cal. San Diego is on to the second round of the Big Dance with a 4-1 win over Cal.
Next game featuring the Texas Longhorns versus the Texas A&M Corpus Christi Islanders.
And we continue our Cracked Rackets coverage of the NCAA championships. We have Tennessee on your big screen here. As we see Tennessee hosting as a top 8 seed in the NCAAs. We see this matchup between Tennessee and Arizona State with ASU up 6-3, 5-3 here. Brooke Killingsworth doing everything she can to hang in here. As we see perhaps some wet spots on the court, so that match might be paused until those spots dry. We'll have to see if these players get up from the changeover and continue play as Arizona State is up 6-3, 5-4. ASU just needs one more. So after dropping the doubles point to Wake Forest, ASU has just come out to a roaring start and just kept it going in singles, as we do see Wake Forest, though, is ahead on number 4 singles. Wake Forest also ahead at number 2 singles, so this could very easily be a 4-3 match depending on timing, and it does seem that these players are back in action, so we'll see if ASU is able to close it out here. So ASU on the far side. Meanwhile, Brooke Killingsworth is on the near side. As we see, rather, that is flipped. These women do have similar uniforms today. As we do see that Arizona State again. ASU is just really kept the momentum going in singles, but it's been through that very consistent play. It's not been super aggressive and really just relying on Wake Forest to make some errors just like that. Exactly like that. As we are tied at 15 now. 15 all here on court number 3. Arizona State come up with some big defense, but that is not good enough. So for Brooke Killingsworth, in a position like this, as college tennis players, we've all been there when you really just have to do everything you can to keep your team in it, and Killingsworth is doing a nice job of some serve +1, some setting up the point here off that first serve, and for her, the goal is just to keep on making first serves. As we see Mariana Agrashati, the lefty, continuing to control the point, and by control the point, it's actually playing on her terms, which means, right, she's just kind of waiting for Killingsworth to miss, but doing it through nice deep rally balls with good height over to the net and good momentum moving through the court. So Agrashati now just 2 points away for ASU. Killingsworth is doing everything she can to just push Agrashadi back, and that sails long. So we're Killingsworth now with 2 chances to extend this match. But Agrashadi, not an easy opponent to play again. She's not only going to make you hit that extra ball, but she's going to tempt you with those high, deep, and spinny balls, especially outside in the wind. She's going to tempt you to want to step in and take it out of the air as a swing volley, even if perhaps you're in an awkward position. So Agrashadi is able to hang in there, and you kind of had a feeling that Killingsworth was going to miss that a little bit wide, and as many players would. It's very tough when you're playing a player that just gets everything back, and Agrashadi has just been one step too fast right now for Killingsworth, as it's deuce point, match point, deciding point for the Arizona State University Sun Devils. Match point. Agrashadi's struggling with depth a little bit this point. We play on. 5-all in this second set. And Killingsworth did a nice job of really finding that Agrashadi backhand, and we did see Agrashadi go into that backhand slice a little bit. What perhaps felt safer for her, but upon reflection, maybe she was hoping that she could have been able to hit through those backhands to get the ball a bit deeper. But Agrashadi keeps the momentum going, and that's very tough to do, especially after you lose a match point like that, to really rebound and just move on and settle in again. And we do see Arizona State doing that so well here on court number 3. That sails. Or rather, that clips the line. That clips a great return from Brooke Killingsworth. So it's 15-all. Killingsworth able to find a bit more offense here. And that seems to be a direct result that Agrashadi is just not able to get as much depth right now, and it's probably because of a bit of nerves again, with the chance to close this out for Arizona State. overhead sails long off the racket of Killingsworth, and that kind of gave Agrashadi a second chance at life in this game a little bit, so that was tough. Killingsworth has struggled with that overhead throughout this match today, but it's 30-all now. Again, Agrashadi is kind of one of the players that you don't really want to play when you're tight because she gives you nothing to work with. Because the ball that she hits is off pace, it is high over the net, not much on it. But Killingsworth is able to step in there. So 2 break points for Brooke Killingsworth after being down a match point against Agrashadi. Killingsworth now with 2 chances to go up 6-5. That is a double fault that gives Brooke Killingsworth the 6-5 advantage in the second set. So we play on as Killingsworth seems to have found a way to step into these balls and really rip a little bit when she's down. Meanwhile, in the left-hand corner of our screen, we do see the host, University of Texas, starting out in doubles. We already see Texas has a 3-1 lead at that number 1 double spot. As we check out Charlotte Shabbatapon and Sabina Zainalova. As the University of Texas women take on Texas A&M Corpus Christi. Shabbatapon threads the needle there. So looking at Charlotte Shabbatapon, she's a junior studying applied movement science. She's originally from Fullerton, California. Shabbatapon was part of the squads that have won the NCAA team championships 2 consecutive times. So Shabbatapon has never known a Texas team to not win an NCAA title. But we are back in action here as Brooke Killingsworth continues to step into somewhat shorter balls from the racket of Agrashadi. So, again, Agrashadi has gone from offense to defense in terms of her mindset as well, because even a player who is a bit more defensive-oriented like Agrashadi still really needs to be moving her body weight through the court, moving her body weight forward. And we do see Killingsworth struggling a bit with footwork right now. The last 2 balls have been unforced errors because of a lack of footwork. It's a great ball from the racket of Akrashati, so she's 1 point away from sending this second set to a tiebreak. It is a tiebreak, folks. So Akrashati is still in it, still grinding to try to find a way to close out the second set and clinch the match for Arizona State University. Is it 6-all here on court number 3? So that is a miss hit off the racket of Arizona State here to open up this tiebreak. So this seems to be a very much of a momentum match here that we're seeing on court number 3 as Brooke Killingsworth seems a bit streaky out there at times and has really gone on a big streak at the end of this second set. But it's going to be up to Akrashati to find a way to just get that ball a bit deeper, because when Killingsworth is stepping in, especially when she's confident, when she's stepping in, these points are over pretty quickly. And that's really good hands from Brooke Killingsworth as Wake Forest now has a 3-love lead in the second set tiebreak. And Killingsworth is playing like Wake Forest depends on it, which right now it does. Right now her team is hanging on to this match with hopes that Killingsworth can keep it going. So Brooke Killingsworth now just a few points away. 4-love in this tiebreak, or 3-1 rather in this tiebreak, as we see that score come back, and now it's 3-2. This is one of those matches where these players, again, both different game styles. You can very clearly tell when each of these women are playing their game, quote unquote, and playing on their terms, because if it's Brooke Killingsworth, she wants to step in, take the ball early, but if it's Akrashati, you might see Killingsworth making a few more errors. Because again, that's what Akrashati wants. She wants you to press, to go for a bit too much. So second serve now for Killingsworth. Meanwhile, on the lower left side of our screen, Westhoff, it is a match point for Texas. So we will make that big screen momentarily, as it's a deuce point, match point, deciding point for the University of Texas Longhorns. And that is a 6-1 decision for Charlotte Chavatipon and Sabina Zainalova. They get it done pretty handily. That's a 6-1 decision. And meanwhile, Westhoff, we can now go to court number 2 doubles, and we can make the Arizona State match back to our full screen as they do their best to close it out against Wake Forest. But Brooke Killingsworth not making that easy. She's now up 4-2 against Agrashati. So 4-2 for Killingsworth. Quick hands at the net, but Agrashati ends up with the open court. So she's been a bit behind this whole time in this tiebreak, so we will have to see if Agrashati is able to reverse the fate here in this tiebreak so far. That is a double fault, so 5-3 for Brooke Killingsworth. And a bit of that double fault, of course, is nerves, probably a good portion, but also a portion to Killingsworth, again, for being the more aggressive player on this court, for stepping into those second serves. She does get rewarded here with that double fault, so 5-3 for Brooke Killingsworth. But that's 5-4 now for Agrashati, who is probably wishing that she had put that second serve in a few points ago so she could just give herself a chance at taking a lead in this breaker. But now Killingsworth will look to serve it out and send this match to 3 sets. Agrashati playing goalie. She has the open court. She goes right back. Does that stay in? That just sails wide. Oh my goodness, and Agrashati had the open court on that drop shot. That's gotta hurt for some Arizona State fans out there. Meanwhile, we do have match point for JC Goldsmith for Texas A&M as she's up 6-love, 5-1, 40-30. And JC Goldsmith gets it done, 6-love, 6-1. At court number 4, Texas A&M is now up 2-love over Quinnipiac. So we are headed to a third set here on court number 3. And wow, Wake Forest fans sigh a breath of relief, but Arizona State fans not feeling their best probably at the moment, as that was a very winnable second set for Agrashati, who just fell prey to nerves a bit. We've all been there. Me more times than others probably, but I feel that completely. So they play on. Wake Forest stays in. Meanwhile, we do see Pachkalova and Rivkin up 5-1 for Texas as the two-time NCAA defending champions. 2 years in a row look to close out the doubles point. So it's match point for Taisha Pachkaleva and Nicole Rivkin here. But we do have another match point opportunity coming up right here. Westop, you can just keep that graphic rolling. As the University of Texas looks to close out this doubles point. And that is the doubles point for the University of Texas. Taisha Pachkaleva and Nicole Rivkin get it done. 6-1 at court number 2. The University of Texas takes a 1-love win in this overall match over Texas A&M Corpus Christi in the first match of the NCAA team tournament. Meanwhile, we head back to a double box as we see Wake Forest and Arizona State continue to battle. They set up for that third set. And meanwhile, at Texas A&M has a 2-love lead over the Quinnipiac Bobcats. Quinnipiac, a school based in Connecticut. I grew up in New England, so we did know that school well growing up. And meanwhile, we do see here Wake Forest just 2 points away, Anna Bryland. But Arizona State now finding themselves in a bit of a hole. And of course, mentally, it's always not easy to come back after a teammate is not able to close out a match, because perhaps in your head, there's always a little part of you that's saying, okay, well, that match might have been over. So you might have the tendency to relax a bit too much in case your teammate is not able to close it out. And meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we do see Salma Ewing up 6-1, 5-1 as she continues her dominance at court number 2. Salma Ewing, of course, joining the Texas A&M Aggies after a standout career at USC. So it's a deuce point, match point, deciding point on the right side of our screen for Anna Bryland. So Anna Bryland takes the win 6-2, 2-6, 6-3 on court number 2 in a clutch performance for Wake Forest. It's now 3-2. Arizona State Sun Devils still lead. So Wake Forest still needs the last 2 matches that are remaining here at the University of Tennessee. As we see Arizona State just starting that third set with Wake Forest on court number 3. Meanwhile, on court number 4, we're tied at 1 early on in the third set as Navina Carton takes on Sedona Gallagher. Navina Carton, just a freshman. And it's a lot to put on the shoulders of a freshman to be one of the last two matches on the court in the first round of the NCAAs, as we do see Gallagher with two chances to take a 2-1 lead. And that ball sails along off the racket of Gallagher, who showing some frustration here. So that sets up a deuce point deciding point. Navina Carton from New Jersey originally. A freshman who won multiple ITF tournaments in juniors. And so Carton hangs in there for the 2-1 lead here on court number 4. So Arizona State having trouble closing it out, having trouble taking leads here. But we battle on. Meanwhile, phenom freshman Mia Kupris for Texas A&M is now up 6-1, 5-2. As Texas A&M is serving for the match on 3 different points. So, Mia Kupris here, now up 30-15. And we're going to actually hop on over to court number 1 because there are 3 different courts that are nearing the end here for the Texas A&M Aggies, as Mary Stoyana has match point. So Mary Stoyana gets it done, 6-1, 6-love here on court number 1. Texas A&M rolls to a 4-love win over the Quinnipiac Bobcats. A great tournament for the Quinnipiac Bobcats, who, of course, just making the tournament is a big feat for them. A small school from New England. Quinnipiac makes the NCAA tournament, travels to Texas A&M, but of course the Aggies are able to roll through that match. Texas A&M, 4-love win. The Aggies are on to the second round of the big dance. Meanwhile, we are back at this Arizona State-Wake Forest battle here on court number 4 as Navina Carton is able to take a 2-1 lead. Over Sedona Gallagher, and we do see both players showing a fair amount of frustration here. Meanwhile, the University of Texas at their home site starting their singles matches after rolling to a very quick doubles point over Texas A&M Corpus Christi. So we see here, meanwhile, Sedona Gallagher, 30-love lead. Make that 30-15 over Navina Carton. But this is a very mental match, thinking that, watching it at least, watching the players' physical reactions, it looks like whoever is able to stay a bit more mentally grounded is going to be able to come out on top in this match here on court number 4. So again, we're seeing both of these players, Gallagher and Carton, playing a very similar game style today. Both of them really just looking for some nice deep aggression. They both play pretty high percentage tennis, so we're not going to be seeing a lot of big serve, big forehand. It's more of just slowly wearing one another down, and that is where the mental aspect is so clutch. Especially here for this freshman. As we see Carton now with 2 chances. 2 chances to make it a 3-1 win. 3-1 lead, rather, here on court number 4. So we do see, meanwhile, in the other court in action, we do see Mariana Agrashati is up 1-love in that 3rd set. So we do have a bit of a delayed camera on the right side of our screen, but we will focus on the left side of our screen for a moment as we do see the University of Texas starting out with some big leads in singles after taking a pretty quick doubles point here at home. The University of Texas, of course, won the 2022 and 2021 NCAA team championships. So they have more than deserved their chance to host this year as well. University of Texas going 21-4, 8-1 in conference play. Winning the Big 12 title with 4-1 win over TCU, 4-3 win over number 18 Oklahoma State, and number 14, Oklahoma falls to the University of Texas in the final of the Big 12 tournament. 4-2 was the final score. So the winner of this match will take on San Diego between Texas and Texas A&M Corpus Christi. And looking at these singles matches in action, Texas has taken the first game on 5 of these 6 singles courts in action. As we start here on court number 1, where Nicole Kieran is taking on Emma Asagni. Looking at Nicole Kieran, a freshman, studying Middle Eastern studies. She's from Israel. Nicole Kieran was 419 in the WTA singles rankings prior to the University of Texas, was top 550 in the world in doubles as well. She was a top 20 player in the world in the ITF juniors, and she was a member of Israel's Billie Jean King Cup team formerly, of course, known as the Fed Cup. She advanced to the single semifinals of the 25K tournament in Israel. This was all before joining the squad at Texas. So she is having this early 1-love lead here on court number 1. And again, we talk about the University of Texas. You can't talk about Texas without talking about former NCAA champion in 2022, Peyton Stearns, who has absolutely had an incredible year on the professional tour. And Peyton Stearns recently, on April 23rd, fell to Emma Navarro 7-5 in the third set in the Charleston ITF. But Peyton Stearns is now ranked 72 in the world, ranked 201 on the doubles court. But both Stearns and Navarro have just had huge ascents to the top of the single standings, as we do see Peyton quickly breaking into the top 100, and now she's top 75. So unfortunately, we do get word that the reason why those Tennessee cameras were frozen on the right side of our screen, unfortunately, Tennessee has turned off the cameras, so we will not get the end of that match, it looks like, unfortunately, but that was a fun one to follow while we had it. And meanwhile, we do see the University of Texas continuing to roll. They do still have that double score up. Hopefully that will be updated for you soon. But we do see here on court number 1, Nicole Kieran has taken a 3-love lead here on 1. So Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 2 if possible. Court number 2, as we introduce all the players in action today here between these two Texas teams. And we see Charlotte Shavadapon on the far side of our screen, taking on Naomi McKenzie. And Charlotte Shavadapon, again, has been part of the University of Texas' last 2 runs that ended in 2 NCAA team championship titles. And Shavadapon was kind enough to join me for On the Rise podcast. You can learn more about her story wherever you get your podcasts. It's a Tennis Channel podcast about women's college tennis. And of course, you can find plenty of other information, as well as interviews from some of the top players and coaches in college tennis on the Cracked Interviews podcast that is part of the Cracked Rackets podcast network. You can get all of that content wherever you get your podcasts. As we see Shavadapon on the far side, starting off this match with a lot of energy. Shavadapon is known for the energy that she brings, and maybe a bit too much energy on that forehand, but Shavadapon up 2-love. (40-15) now for Naomi McKenzie. So Shavadapon saves 1 game point And so that's very solid tennis from Charlotte Shivadapon to be able to fend off a few game points. She takes a 3-love lead as well on court number 2, or rather a 2-1 lead here on court number 2. And Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 3, where Sabina Zainalova has a 2-1 lead over Valeria Sherfus. So court number 3 here at the University of Texas. Looking at Sabina Zainalova, a sophomore out of Kyiv, Ukraine. In 2022, Zainalova having a breakout season, her first year with the Longhorns. She finished the season ranked number 66 in the ITA rankings, but was the NCAA championship all-tournament team at number 3 singles and 3 doubles. That was with Bella Zamaripa. Zainalova, also the Big 12 individual champion at number 3 singles in 2022. Because, of course, we saw Zainalova go 23-1 on that singles court in dual match play, including 16-1 at number 3, 6-0 at number 4, and 1-0 at number 5. She was number 44 in the world in juniors before heading to the University of Texas. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 4. Court number 4 here at the University of Texas. As Taisha Pachkaleva is up 2-1 against Victoria Delatrey. So unfortunately, our scoreboard's on the bottom. That is actually from the USD Cal match. To revisit that, USD handed Cal a bit of an upset in the first round of the big dance. That was a 4-1 decision for the University of San Diego. But meanwhile, that is not the score of the current match in action. Currently, we do see Taisha Pachkaleva up 2-1 over Victoria Delatrey. So looking at Taisha Pachkaleva, this is the if you can't beat them, join them mentality. Pachkaleva was originally playing at Pepperdine for 2 years before transferring to Texas. And of course, Texas beats Pepperdine in the finals of the NCAA championships back in 2021. Taisha Pachkaleva was the one that lost that deciding match to Lulu Sun from Texas. And now she's here playing with the Longhorns. Of course, helps the Longhorns to a big fall. And again, the Longhorns did not have the best indoor nationals, but they did go 2-1 at indoor nationals. So meanwhile, we do bring in some action at the University of Southern California, USC. As we see the San Diego men taking on UC Santa Barbara. So meanwhile, we do see UCSB up 6-2-5-4 here in this number 1 singles match. So we do see Pachkaleva on the right side of our screen continuing to start off this match on a solid foot. And so Westhoff, let's head on to court number 5 at Texas. Court number 5. As we check out the action here on court number 5, we see the other Nicole Rivkin. As Alex Gruskin and I call her, Nicole 1 and 2. We see Nicole Rivkin down 3-1 to Katerina Rublevskaya. That's very interesting start here for Texas A&M Corpus Christi. As we see, looking at Texas A&M Corpus Christi as a whole, they're 25-2 this year, 7-0 in their conference. They were 11-0 at home. They won the Southland Conference with 2 4-love wins over Nichols and Northwestern State before 4-1 win over UIW. And looking here at Katerina Rublevskaya, up 3-1 here over Nicole Rivkin. Rublevskaya is a junior out of Ukraine. She went undefeated in singles last season in the regular season and entered the NCAA tournament with a 12-0 singles record. And she saw action in 4 singles matches, was 4-0, 5-6 in 2021. So meanwhile, we do see Rublevskaya going up 3-2 now over Rivkin and Westhoff. Let's hop on over to court number 6 at Texas. Court number 6 as we introduce our last match in action here as Malika Rapalou is up 4-1 over Paulina Savalech. Malika Rapalou for the University of Texas is a junior studying management information systems. She's originally from Texas, from Cedar Park. She finished the season ranked number 99 in the ITA singles rankings, notching a 6-3 singles record in dual match play. And this just speaks to the depth of the University of Texas that she was not in the lineup that much in 2022 when Texas won their second consecutive NCAA crown. And her first year, though, she was 19-2 in dual matches. She played primarily at that number 6 spot where she was 15-2. She, of course, clinched the NCAA semifinal match against number 6 NC State back in 2021. So Malika Rapalou back in the lineup here in the NCAAs, and a player that has won a ton of matches for Texas. Malika Rapalou, of course, came into the University of Texas program with Peyton Stearns and Charlotte Shavadapon. That was part of the top-ranked recruiting class in the nation. She was ranked number 8 in the nation before joining Texas, and only at the University of Texas would someone ranked number 8 in the nation come in and play 6 or not even play. But she is back in, and again, kind of reminiscent of only a few other schools in the nation that can bring in players ranked as highly as a Malika Rapalou and not have a guaranteed spot in that lineup. But we do see Rapalou starting off strong here at home. As Rapalou has a 4-1 lead over Paulina Savalech, and she extends that lead. So Texas is up big on all of the courts except for court number 5, where Nicole Rivkin and Ekaterina Rublevskaya are still battling, with Texas A&M Corpus Christi in the lead, up 3-2. Meanwhile, on the upper left-hand corner of our screen, we do see San Diego taking the opening doubles point over UCSB, and now in singles, UCSB has battled back, but UCSB is only ahead on one of these courts in action, and we do see here on court 2, though, San Diego is up a match point. So Westhoff, let's actually make that full screen. Let's make the left-hand corner so UCSB did come out with that win on court number 1, but here on court number 2, it's San Diego that has a match point. So we play on. As Oliver Tarvey takes on Philip Jordan. Tarvey playing for San Diego. So we are now tied at 1-1 after we did see the number 1 single spot go in the way of UCSB. So it's 1-1 in this matchup. That stays in. What a way to play a match point. And shout out there to Philip Jordan for a fantastic slice passing shot that just barely lands in. So it sets up match point number 3 here on court number 2. Westhoff, if we could bring back that match point. So that is a huge celebration there from Oliver Tarvey as San Diego takes a 2-1 lead over UCSB. So we see San Diego now going from 1-1 to 2-1. So Westhoff, let's check out the action on court number 4. Court number 4 here at USC. While we're hanging out with the men, we will see what Marvin Schraber and Luca Liu look like, because looks like Marvin Schraber is up 7-6, 4-1 with a deuce point, deciding point to make that 5-1. So that is 4-2, it seems. Or rather, 5-1. 5-1. Schraber is able to grab that point and go up 5-1. So San Diego now 1 game away from taking a 3-1 lead over UCSB. Meanwhile, if you're looking at the match calculus, though, San Diego is up 3-2 in the 3rd set on court number 3, but besides that, UCSB, Conrad Brown does have a 3-2 lead over Lambert Ruland on court number 6. So, meanwhile, we're just starting the 3rd set on court number 5. So this could have some 4-3 potential, folks. There is a chance that this match will be a minute before it finishes up today at USC. So Schraber now just 3 points away. So it seems that we do have the cameras back at that Arizona State match as Arizona State battles Wake Forest at the University of Tennessee. And so we will bring that match back for you, as there is a deciding match, and that one definitely had 4-3 potential, and seems that is continuing as Brooke Killingsworth is up 4-3 in the third set in this deciding match against Mariana Agrashati. Nevena Carton was able to close it out at number 4 singles with a 6-3 win in the third set over Sedona Gallagher. But meanwhile, we do have a match point West Op here for Shaber on court number 4. So second serve now for Shaber. And one match point is saved by Lukalu. And that's 2 match points defended by Lou. So match point number 3 coming up here, West Off. Let's see that graphic here for Shaber as we see if San Diego can take a 3-1 lead over UCSB. So that ball sails just barely wide, and we have a deuce point, deciding point, match point here at USC. As we see, San Diego is able to close this out. Marvin Shaber with match point number 4 now. And that is too good from Lukalu. Playing a number of nice match points when he was down. So Lukalu continues the battle. Down 7-6, 5-2 to Marvin Shaber. We are seeing, unfortunately, a bit of cramping here from Brooke Killingsworth, it seems. It's 4-all now. But it has been a minute since this match started. Again, Arizona State and Wake Forest started at 1 p.m. Eastern. It's 4:30 p.m. Eastern, and these teams are still playing. Wow, Killingsworth going for the underhand serve. really cramping. She might not be able to jump. That might be the problem. Killingsworth is fighting through the cramps. Again, whenever a player is cramping in their legs and their arms and their back, it's obviously because of fatigue, but it's also probably a big part from being nervous, from nerves. And I saw that a lot during my tennis career of myself and teammates just feeling very overwhelmed by the emotional stress that is a dual match, and especially in the NCAAs. As we do see Agrashati able to tie this one up at 15, but it's tough too, because if you're Agrashati, you have to stay focused on your game plan, and it's often not easy to do when you're seeing that your opponent is not at full strength. But that's where playing the ball, which is of course what many coaches say, but it becomes so important in a situation like this for Agrashati, again, who has found a game plan that works. Both of these players have a game plan that works, so the question is just who will be able to execute, especially here in this deciding matches. We do see Agrashati still not able to get that depth that won her the first set and earned her a match point in that second set. Killingsworth is able to actually move a bit less, but get a little bit more depth somehow. And hey, sometimes it works. Sometimes if you're very nervous and your mind is just taken off creating points and getting in your own head, I mean, who knows? Maybe it's more helpful for Killingsworth to not be able to jump around as much or pull off the ball. I mean, she's staying nice and low with the ball because she has to. But Agrashati is able to finish that point, and really at this point in the match, if Agrashati is able to move the ball around, then she'll have a much higher than usual chance of winning this match. But again, not easy to do. It's a bit of a mental barrier when your opponent is not at full strength. It's not easy for either player right now.
There it is! Great shot!
As we do see Agrashati able to open up that court for the second time in a row, bringing up a deuce point, deciding point. Westhoff, can we see that graphic? That may as well be a match point at this point, but especially for Brooke Killingsworth, who's fighting that uphill battle right now. Physically, we'll have to see if she calls a trainer on the timeout, but on the changeover rather, and calls an injury timeout, but we'll see. Deuce point. And that sails long. So Brooke Killingsworth, somehow, some way, is leaning on her coach as she walks to the bench. She's come back from down 6-3, 6-5 in the second set to taking the second set 7-6 to now up 6-5 in that third set. Meanwhile, We do have match points. This is match point number 5 here for Marvin Shaber. So Luka Lou hangs in. It's 5-3, folks. That's 5 match points defended by Luka Lou. We play on, and Westhoff, maybe we should hop back on over to Tennessee, as it looks like the players are back in action.
Let's go, Luka!
And we do see Killingsworth trying to loosen up a little bit here. Loosen up her legs. Up 5-4 against Agrashadi, who will now serve to stay in it. And that's a rip off the backhand of Agrashadi. So Brooke Killingsworth hobbling. Makes it 15-all. Again, what a valiant effort from Killingsworth to continue playing and believing in herself. And again, when you're an aggressive player like Killingsworth, it's so vital for Agrashadi to be able to get that out of her strike zone. Because right now the ball just seems to be a magnet to Killingsworth's forehand, which is not going to work if you're Arizona State. But that sails slightly wide. Really the first unforced error from Killingsworth in a long time. That's big from Brooke Killingsworth. And she ties this up at 30-all. Again, the deciding match. Brooke Killingsworth. Down 6-5 after dropping the first set, and comes back, takes that set, and now 2 points away from taking the match. And that's a double fault. So it's match point, folks, for Brooke Killingsworth and the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. After nearly 4 hours, we have a match point for the junior. Brooke Killingsworth does it for the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. She can barely stand up, and she wins 3-6, 7-6, 6-4. Brooke Killingsworth defends a match point in the second set, down 6-5 after dropping the first set. She comes back. She wins 6-4 in the third set. What a match. What a win for the Wake Forest Demon Deacons here on court number 3 at Tennessee. These Deacons will never forget this moment. In the opening round of the NCAA championship, Wake Forest is through to the second round of the big dance. Meanwhile, here at USC, we check out the action as San Diego is up 3-1 now. In Westhoff, let's head to court number 3. Court number 3, or rather court number 6. You're right, court number 6, as we do have a match point. Lambert Ruland with a match point for San Diego. And he gets it done, Lambert Ruland. 4-6, 6-1, 6-4. The University of San Diego is through with a 4-1 win over UCSB. So San Diego is through. Ruland with a solid win there at number 6 singles in 3 sets, 6-4 in the third. And of course, that final hold was vital in getting San Diego through to the next round. So it was big fight from UCSB, but UCSB does fall short today as these two teams, these two California teams, square off in the opening round of the NCAAs. San Diego is through.
And that concludes today's 4 and Texas A&M Corpus Christi 0. Congratulations again to Longhorns. And with today's victory, the Longhorns advance to the second round tomorrow against San Diego at 4 o'clock. Thanks again for attending the championship game, and we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. And a reminder, fans, if you've been drinking, please make sure to arrange for a designated driver and arrive home safely. Thank you for attendance, and have a great evening, and we will see you tomorrow.
Welcome to the second match of today's 2023 NCAA Division I Women's Tennis Championship between the SEMO Redhawks and the Tennessee Lady Volunteers. Let's meet the starters for the Deltas. Playing on court 1 for SEMO, Romana Terahova and Ksenia Shikanova. For Tennessee, Rebecca Mertena and Esther Adashina. Playing on court 2 for SEMO, Daniela Lasakova and Tiana Velkoska. For Tennessee, Lauren Anzalata and Kat Alia. Playing on court 3 for SEMO, Vivian Lai and Trinity Kalinescu. For Tennessee, Daria Kucher and Eleonora Molinaro. Head coach for the Redhawks, Mary Beth Gunn. And head coach for the Lady Volunteers, Allison Ojeda.
Welcome back to the Cross Court Cast. This is our coverage of the NCAA Team Championships. This is your host, Peri Sheinin, joined by super producer Daniel Westoff. And we are at 5:14 p.m. Eastern Time. We've been here since 10 a.m. Eastern, of course, bringing you all of the first round action here on Cracked Rackets or on the NCAA website, wherever you're watching from. Thank you for tuning in. And we start here with some doubles action on the left side of our screen. As we check out here on Court 1, we'll introduce all of the doubles matches in action this evening. As on Court 1, Alabama State and Mississippi State square off. We see from Mississippi State, Neymantha Malesic and Michael Navansky are taking on Samanch Bacharaya and Ron De Perez. And we see a deuce point deciding point in Game 3 of this match. Westoff, could we see that graphic? And so we do see the deuce point going the way of ASU. So it's 2-1. Mississippi State leads on court number 1. And Westoff, let's hop on over to court number 2. Court number 2 here in this first round of the NCAA Team Championship. Court number 2 at Mississippi State as we check out Petar Jimonovic and Edwin Lumsen taking on David Jean Grandio and Juan Rodriguez. And we see Jovanovic and Lumsden are up 2-1 from Mississippi State. So Mississippi State has a 2-1 lead on all 3 doubles courts. Meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, we see another host in action, the University of Tennessee, after a long day of waiting. University of Tennessee Volunteers are out on the court, taking on Southeast Missouri State. We see Tennessee taking the opening game on all 3 doubles courts. So on court 2, we see Mississippi State's Peter Jovanovich and Evan Lumpson. And looking at Alabama State University. Alabama State is 11-11 overall in 2023. They're 5-0 though in conference play, and of course you know what that means. That means they punch their ticket to the NCAAs by winning the SWAC championship with a 4-love win over Alcorn State and a 4-love win over Jackson State. And in fact, although they're 11-11 overall, they're riding a 7-match win streak. Had to count that there on their schedule because there were a lot of wins. They're riding a 7-match win streak heading into this evening. And meanwhile, we are seeing the crowd fill up for Mississippi State on the left side. You see a lot of that Mississippi State maroon in the crowd, but you see that ASU is fired up Alabama State. Was able to keep that momentum going this game to tie us up at 2. And so, Westhoff, let's actually hop on over to court number 3 as we introduce all these doubles matches in action on the left side of our screen. We check in with Gregor Romskler and Benito Sanchez Martinez, taking on Matas Amier and Alexander Verlaget. Romskler and Sanchez Martinez are up 3-1 for Michigan State here. And we do see that duo of ASU really moving a lot at net. So although it has not been completely successful, if you're an Alabama State fan, you do love to see it. Trying to do everything they can to push this host at home in the doubles point. And meanwhile, we see the host Tennessee with an early lead on court number 1 on the right side of our screen, where we see Rebecca Martena and Esther Adeshina up 2-love over Kesnia Shikanova and Romana Tarhova. But we do see the Southeast Missouri State team with a few chances to get on the board. So we do see Southeast Missouri State now with 2 more chances to see if they can put 1 on the board here against Tennessee. And they do. So 2-1. Tennessee leads on court number 1. And Westhoff, let's go to court number 2 at Tennessee. court number 2 at Tennessee, as we do see the Volunteers have a 2-1 lead on all 3 courts in action. Lauren Anzalata and Catherine Aulia are up 2-1 against Tiona Velkoska and Daniela Halikova. So let's actually go to court number 3. We do see a changeover here. Let's try court number 3 to get some action here, as Eleonora Molinaro and Daria Kuzer are also up 2-1 for Tennessee against Kasima Trinity Kolensku and Vivian Lai. And so we're tied, or rather 30 love. We see this Southeast Missouri State team. Tennessee really aggressive at the net. And if you're head coach Allison Ojeda, that is what you love to see. Allison Ojeda at the helm of this Tennessee Volunteers team. This is her 7th year as the women's tennis head coach, and this is her alma mater. She was the 2019 ITA Ohio Valley Region Head Coach of the Year. And she is 154 under 6 years at Tennessee. She spent time at Texas A&M, Alabama, Middle Tennessee, and Baylor before joining this Volunteers program as the head coach. She was star player for Tennessee as well, posting 102 singles wins and 105 doubles wins. She was one of only 4 Volunteers in history to post more than 100 victories in both singles and dubs. And as we see, meanwhile, Mississippi State University has 4-1 40 love advantage on the left side of our screen. So State is now up 5-1. So Mississippi State is making quick work of this doubles point, and meanwhile it's 4-1 for Mississippi State on court number 1. So Mississippi State is really taking care of business at the baseline and at the net. And again, we're seeing some big serve +1 action on the left side of our screen. And meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, Tennessee struggling a bit here on 3. Tennessee with the wheels. They're there. The Volunteers. Missed the volley, but if you're a Tennessee fan, you love to see the wheels on those players. Just great defense. Great hustle here on court number 3. And meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we see Mississippi State is 2 points away from taking the win here on court number 3. Great point from Mississippi State to set up 2 match points. So, Westhoff, could we rather... That score should update to say match point unless that was... Yes, it is match point. Correct. So it's a deuce point, a match point, deciding point on court number 3. Westhoff, we could see that graphic. Deuce point, match point, deciding point for the host, Mississippi State. And Mississippi State gets it done. That is a 6-1 win from Gregor Ramscoler and Benito Sanchez Martinez. So Mississippi State, the first of 3 doubles matches to finish here at home. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 1. Court number 1. As we see, Namaha Maleskic and Michael Navansky are up 5-1. So they are 1 game away here on court number 1. Meanwhile, court number 2, Jovanovic and Lumsden are up 4-2, 40-30 for State. So Mississippi State is really firing from all cylinders to start off this doubles match. And meanwhile, we do see Alabama State seeing if they can put up a fight on that court number 2, as it is a deuce point deciding point, but here on court 1, we do see State is only 3 points away. So it's 15-all now here on court number 1. And we do see Tennessee taking a 3-2 lead on court number 1 in women's tennis. And Westhoff, let's actually switch to court number 2. Let's go to court number 2 at Tennessee, as Lauren Anzalata and Catherine Alia do have a 3-2 lead now. Mississippi State is fired up 30-15 now. So, Mississippi State just absolutely lethal at the net, and we're seeing that set up this match point for Mississippi State to both take this match and take the doubles point. Westhoff, could we see that graphic? As we see here in court number 1, Milicevic and Novansky now, multiple chances. And that is the doubles point for Mississippi State. Rather, looks like it is now 40-30. Milicevic did miss that one in the net, as we see our cameras updating here. So, match point number 2. And that sails long, and that is the doubles point for Mississippi State. Nemanja Milicevic and Michael Novansky take a 6-1 win at that number one doubles line, setting up a 1-love lead for Mississippi State heading into singles. So we will go full screen now for Tennessee, as Mississippi State and Alabama State set up for their singles matches. Mississippi State taking care of business very quickly at home. And meanwhile, we actually do have the USC men now taking on Mississippi. So rather, the USC men taking on Idaho, we see from the uniforms. Hey, when is a time that both teams have yellow shorts? That is a fun moment for me as a broadcaster to see. I've never seen that. 2 teams squaring off, they both have yellow shorts. Well, of course, we will tell you which team is USC and which team is Idaho. Seems right now that Idaho is closest to us on our screen. We will confirm that shortly. So we do see, correct, Idaho is the team closest to us on our screen. USC is starting off serving here in this matchup at home. Meanwhile, we do see Tennessee up 4-2 on all 3 courts, but here on court number 2, that is now 4-3. So Westhoff, let's actually hop on over to court number 3. Court number 3 at Tennessee if possible. So we see here at USC, Wojtek Marek and Samuel Rubel taking on Francisco Bascon and Mateo Masala. Marek and Rubel are from USC. As we see this USC duo looking to serve it out here in this first opening game. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, we see Tennessee with 2 chances to make it 5-2 here on court number 3. So we see Tennessee controlling that point at the net as the Volunteers take a 5-2 lead here on court number 3. And meanwhile, we check out another host site in action, the Duke women. Duke women taking on William & Mary. William & Mary, the CAA champion. And the Colonial Athletic Association punches their ticket into the NCAA tournament. So meanwhile, we do see Tennessee, Alia and Anzalata up 5-3 here on court number 2. As we see Tennessee here up 5-3, 15 love, so just 3 points away for the Volunteers. And so Tennessee up 5-2 on court 3 rather, and here on court 2 up 5-3, so 1 game away on 2 courts for the Volunteers. Tennessee led by associate head coach Jared Chaplin. Chaplin was former standout with Tennessee men's tennis. He returned to Rocky Top in July 2019 to serve on the coaching staff with Ojeda. This is his 4th season coaching with Allison Ojeda. So we see here a little bit of fight from the Southeast Missouri State University. But Tennessee is now 2 points away. Meanwhile, Westhoff, if possible, let's actually go to court number 3 really quickly at Tennessee, because we do see a potential match point on court number 3 from Molinaro and Kutzer. We actually do see that the score there is different than the online score, so let's actually head back, Westhoff. We can head back to court number 2. So we play on court number 2, so 5-4. Tennessee is in front here on court number 2. It's pretty close. Southeast Missouri State really putting up a battle. Looking at Southeast Missouri State as a whole this year, the team is 17-2 overall. 5-0 in conference play. They win the OVC tournament with a 4-love win over Tennessee State and a 4-2 win over SIU Edwardsville. That lands this squad in the NCAA tournament. This team only losing 2 matches in 2023, a 7-love decision to Missouri and also a 6-1 loss to Austin Peay. But we do see a match point for the Volunteers here on court number 1. Nice shot there to stay in. The Southeast Missouri State defends 1 match point here on court number 1. Big ace down the tee, and that gets it done for the Tennessee duo. Rather, we do see our score updating a bit for us, so this looks like a match point now. Match point here for Martina and Adeshina. And we play on a deuce point deciding point. And so it's 5-3 here on court number 1 again. A lot of fight from Southeast Missouri State. So, Westhoff, let's hop on over to court number 3. Court number 3. As we do see match point for Molinaro and Kutzer. And that is the first win for Tennessee. Eleonora Molinaro and Daria Kutzer with 6-3 win here at court number 3. So Tennessee needs 1 more. And let's see where that will come from, Westhoff. Let's try court number 2 as Catherine Alia and Lauren Anzalata are up 5-4. As we check out the action here, so looks like Southeast Missouri State has 2 more chances to tie this set up at 5. And that sails long, so it's a deuce point, deciding point, match point. Westhoff, could we see that graphic for these Tennessee Volunteers? Second serve now for Catherine Alia. This Tennessee team keeping the ball deep and staying in it. Great defense here from Catherine Elia. And we play on. 5-all here on court number 2. And Westhoff, let's check out the action on court number 1. As Rebecca Martina and Esther Adeshina are now up 5-3. So this has been a bit of a sloppy doubles point here at court number 1 for the Tennessee Volunteers, as they did have 2 match points already that were ended with an unforced error from the Tennessee side. But again, not easy first round of the NCAAs, as we do see a few loose errors from this Tennessee squad. And so it's a deuce point, match point deciding point. Number 3 for the Tennessee Volunteers. And a doubles point that has not been very straightforward for these hosts. So second serve now. And that's huge tennis from Southeast Missouri State, who steps up when their backs are against the wall. We play on in this doubles point. Westhoff, let's head to court number 2. Very impressed with this fight from Southeast Missouri State. So we see Tennessee struggling with depth a bit at this point. Southeast Missouri State able to push back the Volunteers. But Anzalata and Avila now do have 40-15 rather, breakpoint chances. And so 6-5. Anzalata and Aulia lead on court 2. And let's check out court number 1. And Westhoff, actually, let's switch. Let's make Martina and Adeshina our big box because they are just 2 points away. So let's actually go back to Tennessee and make that our big boxes. We do have a match point now for Martina and Adeshina. This is match point number 5. Match point number 5 for the Volunteers, and this has not been the easiest doubles point for Tennessee as Southeast Missouri State has hung around. So we have double match point on the left side of our screen for Duke as well. And that is match. Esther Adeshina and Rebecca Martena, 6-4. So Tennessee wins the doubles point in a bit of an uncomfortable fashion. Southeast Missouri State puts up quite a fight as we head into singles, but Tennessee does take the doubles point. They are up 1-love in that overall match. Meanwhile, we see Carolina Barankova and Emma Jackson now with a deuce point, match point, and deciding point here on court number 2 between the Duke women and William and Mary. And so we play on. 5-1. So looking at William & Mary won the Colonial Athletic Association Conference with a 4-love win over North Carolina A&T, a 4-3 win over Elon, and a 4-love win over UNCW in the championship. William & Mary is 15-5 on the year, including 5-0 mark in the conference. They were 14-0 when playing at home as they take on number 6 Duke. Meanwhile, it is 5-1 for Yulia Brazgalova and Georgia Drummy on court number 3. Meanwhile, in court number 1, Ellie Coleman and Chloe Beck for Duke have a 4-1 advantage. So it seems to be a bit more straightforward for these hosts. Meanwhile, looking at USC, the USC men have a 5-1 lead on court number 2. So Westhoff, let's actually change that USC. We are on court 2. Perfect, as Lerner Tien and Bradley Fry are up a match point now. Or rather, up 30-15. So it is match point for Lerner Tien and Bradley Fry. Tien is now eligible. He slots in at the number 2 spot for USC in both singles and doubles. Tien has had a ton of success on the Pro Tour as well. We have players like Diana Schneider for NC State and Lerner Tien for USC men, and we do see Fry missed that just wide. But we have a lot of players that had success and are currently having success on the Pro Tour and are balancing that with a college tennis life to get an education and get more matches in that college space before fully committing to a professional career. And so we do see a deuce point, match point, deciding point. Westhoff, we can see that graphic as we see if the Trojans are able to close this one out here on court number 2. So that is match. USC takes their first win of 3 doubles matches in action today, with Bradley Fry and Lerner Tien taking a 6-1 win at number 2 doubles. And meanwhile, Westhoff, we can hop on over to court number 1 doubles at USC as Woj Tech Merrick and Samuel Rubel have a 4-2 lead at that number 1 spot. Meanwhile, we did see Duke take that opening doubles point, that opening doubles match, and so now we have Bryce-Golova and Drummy. Duke clinched the doubles point for Duke. So Duke gets off on a quick doubles point with a 1-love lead over William & Mary, and we will see these players heading into singles momentarily. As Westhoff, why don't we make USC men our full screen here, as the Duke and William & Mary women head into singles. Duke is up 1-love overall. Meanwhile, we see here multiple chances for Idaho to stay in it. 2 breakpoint chances. For the Idaho Vandals. So now it's deuce point, deciding point, match point for USC, and they just need 1 more. As we see University of Southern California to see if they can take the doubles point in this battle of the yellow shorts here in California. And we play on. It's 4-3. So Westhoff, let's actually head to court number 3 at USC, as Ryan Colby and Stefan Dostanic do have a 5-4 lead over Bruno Casino and Alex Esenov. So that does become a 5-4 lead in. Meanwhile, we can make Mississippi State our big screen. Perfect, as we do check out the start of these singles matches. Just looking here at court 1. We see Alabama State's David Jean Gradineau with a 3-2 lead over Naman Hamilasevich. But looking at Mississippi State, they have first set leads in 4 of the 6 singles courts in Westhoff. Let's actually go to court number 5. Court number 5 at Mississippi State, because we do see Benito Sanchez Martinez with a 5-love lead over Christopher Johnson. So let's see if he is close to a set point, but we do see Johnson fighting back here, getting on the board, and meanwhile, USC men are back in action. So it's 15-love now for USC. And looking at Colby and Dostancic. Colby and Dostanic. Wow. He ripped that, and I guess that fell in. It's kind of one of those moments where that might have been so fast that I'm not even sure. Idaho may have just been trying to stay alive out there. So USC up 30-11. And meanwhile, we do see this Idaho duo just really continuing to be aggressive at net, which if you're an Idaho fan, you love to see it. Again, Idaho moving a lot at the net, really being a presence up there. On the year, Idaho is 15-8, 5-2 in their conference. And that one sails wide, Idaho. Now with 2 chances to make it 5-all here on court number 3. Idaho wins the Big Sky with a 4-love win over the University of Montana, and then 4-3 wins over Sacramento State and the number 1 seed, Northern Arizona. So it's a deuce point, match point, deciding point for the USC Trojans. Again, and another doubles point. We're seeing these doubles points pretty contested this evening with the host sites. And USC takes it. That is the doubles point, a 6-4 win for the University of Southern California at that number 3 spot. Ryan Colby and Stefan Dostochnich take it 6-4 over Casino and Asanov. So we do see on court number 3, the doubles point goes to USC. So USC is up 1-love heading into singles. Meanwhile, Mississippi State has already taken a 6-love win in that first set on court number 5. So Westhoff, let's actually head to court number 2. Court number 2 at Mississippi State, as we see Peter Jovanovic does have a 5-2 lead over Ron DePries. So he's 2 points away from taking the opening set. So we see Alabama State now. 2 chances to hang in the set. Looking at Mississippi State and Peter Jovanovic. Jovanovic is just a freshman out of Montenegro. He won a match at the ITA All-American Championships this past fall. And collected a pair of wins at the ITA Southern Regional Championships. So 5-3 now, Mississippi State leads. So we do see a deuce point deciding point down at court 2 in the lower left-hand corner of our screen. And looks like William and Mary takes that over Emma Jackson at that number 2 single spot. So William and Mary takes a 1-love lead. At court number 2, meanwhile, Jovanovic is just 2 points away. 3 points away. Rather, 1 point away. The mathematics remains here. And it's court 2. As Jovanovic takes a 6-3 first set decision. Here on court number 2. So Westhoff, let's head to court number 3. Court number 3 at Mississippi State, as we do see Carlos Hernandez has a 4-2 lead over Samranchuk Bacharaya from Alabama State. So it's now 40-15 advantage for Hernandez. Just 1 point away from making it 5-2 for Mississippi State. And looking across the board, State has taken 3 first sets so far. And they're looking to be up big here on court number 3. Mississippi State only needs 3 more after taking that opening doubles point. So we do see State take a 5-2 lead here on court number 3 at Mississippi State. And meanwhile, we check out the action at Duke as William and Mary takes the first game on 2 of the 6 singles courts, including there on court number 2 over Emma Jackson. Rather, Georgia Drummy. So Georgia Drummy ties it up at 1-1 here at Duke. And so, meanwhile, the hosts of all 3 sites do take a 1-love lead after the doubles point. As we check in with the action here on court number 3. So we see, again, State really having the crowd behind them, and that means something, even in the opening rounds of the NCAA tournament, as we have seen Mississippi State come out to some early firing starts in these singles matches. As Hernandez now is just 3 points away from taking another first set. That would be the fourth first set for MSU. That one does sail a bit long. And again, sometimes the goal of these opening matches is to just not only to just get through it for the host site, but perhaps to work on a few things that you might want to use later in the NCAA tournament. So perhaps if we're seeing a few sloppy errors, it could be because of a few factors. It could be because of nerves, of course, which is what comes along with a big tournament and a big stage like this. But it could also be very much because a coach is telling you to go for a certain shot that maybe you're not as comfortable with, but playing players that perhaps could help prepare you for those next rounds in the tournament. And so we do see Hernandez up now, 30-15. Hernandez really controlling that point with his forehand. Nice hands. That was very close from Bacharaya, but just barely sails wide, so that sets up a set point. Westhoff, could we see that set point graphic for Hernandez here on court number 3? And that's first set, going to Hernandez. So 6-2 for Mississippi State. That's the fourth first set that State has taken today at home. And so meanwhile, Westhoff in this Duke and William & Mary battle. Let's actually make that our full screen and go to court number 6, where we do see the two Ivy League grad transfers making the top 6 in the lineup. Yulia Bryzgalova playing 5, a grad transfer from Penn, and Brianna Shevets, a grad transfer from Princeton, playing at that number 6 spot. She's up 3-love over Emma Pell from William & Mary. And looking at Brianna Shevets, who really had a standout career at Princeton, and especially in her first 2 seasons. Brianna Shevets was first team All-Ivy in singles and doubles back in 2019. She was academic All-Ivy as well as an ITA Scholar Athlete, and she was ranked number 3 in the nation heading into Princeton, where her first year she went 21-7 in singles, primarily at that number 2 spot, going 15-5 in dual matches. And she won 18 doubles matches for Princeton as well. And that was that next season, that 2019-20 season, when she was ranked 17 in the nation. And struggled a bit, dropped down to 63 back in 2022. And now this season, she's been in and out of the lineup for Duke, and today we do see her in. So Shevets now up 3-love, 40-love. Here over Emma Pell, a freshman out of So for Love. Now for Brianna Schvetz. Meanwhile, looking at Emma Pell, closest to us. She was a 4-star recruit in juniors. Ranked top 100 in doubles. And we do see Pell take that opening point. Meanwhile, Mississippi State is making quick work of it on the left side of our screen. And that one sails just long off the racket of Brianna Schvetz. So Emma Pell with multiple chances to get on the board in the singles match. So Chevette's really controlling these points with her forehand. A shot that was so lethal when she was at Princeton. But Emma Pell is able to get on the board here. So now Brianna Schvetz up 4-1. In Westhoff, let's head to court number 1. Let's check in with Chloe Beck for Duke as she takes on Hedda Gerhold from William & Mary. Chloe Beck is on the far side of our screen. Hedda Gerhold is closest to us. As we see Chloe Beck really using the wheels early on with some nice defensive backhand slices. And Chloe Beck is a player that is really chameleon at that number 1 single spot. She can play many different types of tennis and is best when she's just playing all-court tennis. Like, she's an all-court player that can stay back there for as long as she needs to, but she can also serve and volley. She can really do a lot from both sides, forehand and backhand, very solid from both sides. Chloe Beck was an All-American in singles and doubles back in 2022. And in 2021, she was second team All-ACC. She was first team All-ACC last season in 2022 and Chloe Beck was the ACC Scholar Athlete of the Year last season. And her mom, Debbie, played tennis at Emory University, and her dad, Mike, played tennis at Jacksonville State, as well as Emory. And her mom, of course, has worked in college tennis as well, was the assistant coach for the Georgia women's tennis team for 9 years. And now she's a full-time tennis coach at the Beck Tennis Academy. So we see now Chloe Beck up 4-1 here on court number 1. And it's never easy to play in that number 1 singles line because you have to be on all the time, always playing the best players from every squad that you match up against. And today, that is Hedda Gerhold. Hedda Gerhold is only a sophomore out of Norway. She was the CAA Rookie of the Year last season. She won 23 matches for William and Mary. Went 14-7 at the top 2 spots in singles play. And she was named to the All-CAA second team in both singles and doubles. In juniors, she was the Norwegian national champion. 2-time national champ in 2019 and 20. Meanwhile, looking at these Tennessee matches, we do see the Volunteers are ahead big time. And those bottom 2 spots, they're up 4-love and 5-love. So, Westhoff, let's actually go to court number 5. Let's make that our big screen at Tennessee. Actually, we do have a match point here for... No, rather, let's go to court 5 really quickly because we do have, looks like a match point coming up on court number 5 as Lauren Anzalata takes on Trinity Kosima-Kolensku. Anzalata originally started her college career at Tyler Junior College, where she was a 2-time national champion with the Apaches, leading them to back-to-back team crowns. That was in 2021 and 2022, and then, of course, she heads to Tennessee in the Division I and breaks into the lineup in both singles and doubles at the end of the season. So it's set point here for Anzalata. Anzalata really using some good footwork today, like the simple steps to the ball. It's really helping her. And that's the first set for Lauren Anzalata. 6-love here on court number 5. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head to court number 4 as Esther Adeshina is up 4-3 against Vivian Lai here at Tennessee. Court number 3 at Tennessee as we look at Esther Adeshina. Adeshina is a junior out of Bracknell, Great Britain. This season, she's 10-3 on the singles court, has won 9 doubles matches as well. And she, of course, had her standout doubles win her 50th collegiate doubles win earlier this spring, when she took down NC State's #1 doubles pair of Schneider and Smith. That was 6-3. That is Diana Schneider and Alana Smith. That is the combination of an All-American and a top 87 player in the world. So Esther Adeshina really has the college tennis experience and the talent to back it up. As Adeshina played in the main draw of the 2017 Wimbledon Juniors in singles and doubles. So it's tied at 4. Here with Adeshina and Lai. And Adeshina seemed to be making a few loose errors in doubles today. As we see Vivian Lai, a senior out of Taipei, Taiwan, playing for Southeast Missouri. She led the Redhawks with a singles record of 13-1 this fall, starting the season with an impressive 7-0 mark. And so here in her senior year, she has a ton of experience, not just in college tennis, but also beyond, when she grew up in juniors, graduating from New Taipei High School, where she played singles and doubles. And she's majoring in finance here at Southeast Missouri. As we see Lai here with a 30-15 advantage for all. And last spring, Lai also leading the team, going 15-4 in dual matches, 13-3 at #5 singles. So here she is playing at #4 today, but we do see her really owning that lower part of the lineup. And if you are the head coach of Southeast Missouri State, that's exactly what you want to see. Mary Beth Gunn leading the squad. It's the 7th season for Beth Gunn now. She led the Redhawks to their first ever Ohio Valley Conference title back in 2021 with that perfect 7-0 mark in league play. And we do see that they do it again in 2023, winning the OVC tournament. And overall, going 17-2. So it's a deuce point deciding point. 4-all deuce. As Lai has really done a nice job kind of just waiting for Adeshina to miss today. So we'll have to see if Lai's able to do that. Here as Adeshina goes to the forehand slice. A bit nervous and tentative here. But Adeshina finishes that point. So it's 5-4 for Esther Adeshina on court number 4. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's go to court number 1 as Rebecca Martena is up 5-2 against Daniela Halakova. From Southeast Missouri State. And so that is the first set, going to Rebecca Martena. So Martina takes that first set 6-2. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's check out Mississippi State. Mississippi State on court number 5 here, where we see Sanchez Martinez up 6-love 4-1, and it's a deuce point deciding point. So that just sails wide, and it's 4-2 as Johnson hangs in there. Meanwhile, Chloe Beck does take that opening set for Duke, 6-2. We will keep our eye on the Blue Devils as well. And we do see Johnson not happy with that double fault for Alabama State. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's actually go to court number 2. Court number 2 at Duke, and make that our full screen if possible, as we do see Emma Jackson slotting in at that number 2 spot for the Blue Devils tonight, have a 5-2 advantage over Elise Van Metren. And again, Emma Jackson, a player that I will never forget watching in person at the Indoor Nationals, when Jackson just rips that forehand. You can hear that forehand in serve from a few courts down and even a few towns down. So here we do see Georgia Drummy actually with a set point as well. Drummy, the deuce point deciding point set point. And Drummy misses that one long, so we play on. 5-3 now. Drummy is in front. So Emma Jackson and Georgia Drummy up 5-3. Respectively at courts 2 and 3. Meanwhile, Blue Devils have first sets already on 3 courts. And we see Drummy starting to press a little bit. Again, the lefty having a bit of trouble technically on that forehand, catching it a little bit late. We're seeing that ball spray wide a bit off that lefty forehand side. So 5-3, 15 all here. With the Georgia Drummy, and she's taking on Sofia Kazina from William & Mary. Kazina is a graduate student out of Moscow, Russia. She was the NEC Player of the Year in 2021. She spent her first season, or rather spent her first 4 seasons of college tennis at Long Island University, where she was twice named to the All-NEC first team. That was for 2021 and 2022. She won 36 singles matches, 35 doubles matches for the Sharks. Kazina's right now pursuing her master's degree in finance. So we see Georgia Drummy here with a set point. And so it's a deuce point, set point for Georgia Drummy again, who struggling a bit technically and a bit too close to the ball with her footwork as well. And that's a miss it, so Van Metren stays in it. So Georgia Drummy, or rather it's deuce point now for Georgia Drummy. And so Georgia Drummy does take that first set 6-2. And meanwhile, Westhoff, if we can head to court number 4, where we see Ellie Coleman is up 5-2 against Emma Fernald. Court number 4 at Duke. So looking. Oh, and we do have a match point as well here for Mississippi State. So we will see the speed there from Lumsden. And he gets it. 6-1, 6-2 here at court number 4. So Mississippi State now up to love quite quickly here over Alabama State. So Mississippi State gets it done in straight sets. Meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head to court number 3 for Mississippi State as it's 5-1 for Carlos Hernandez. Carlos Hernandez is a junior out of Spain. He went 6-2 as a junior in singles, 5-2 in doubles. And so meanwhile, we do see State cleaning up in singles on most of these courts in action, as State is 1 game away on 2 of these courts, up 5-1 on court number 3 and up 5-3 in the second on court number 5. And so looking at this matchup between Hernandez and Bhattacharya. Bhattacharya is a senior out of Nepal. And the match has really been dominated by Hernandez's forehand here. As we see Hernandez able to really shorten that backswing on the forehand and rush Bhattacharya. As we see that continue here, Hernandez only 3 points away from closing out this match. So we do see, after some complex doubles points that are taken by these host sites, we do see these 3 host sites are definitely running away with the singles matches. So 30-15 here on court number 3. So backhand battle here on 3. So Hernandez sets up a match point here. Meanwhile, at the same time, we just saw Benito Sanchez-Martinez with a 6-love, 6-3 win over Christopher Johnson gets it done on court number 5. So this is a clinch opportunity here on court 3 for Carlos Hernandez. So second serve opportunity here for Hernandez. Carlos Hernandez rips the forehand for a winner, and that's a 4-love win for Mississippi State to open up the NCAA team championships. What a match from Hernandez. Gets it done. 6-2, 6-1 here on court number 3. Mississippi State is through to the second round of the Big Dance at home. Mississippi State with a 4-love victory over Alabama State. And again, Alabama State making it to the Big Dance, coming up with a 5-0 conference play record in 2023 to reach the NCAA tournament. Congratulations to Alabama State. And meanwhile, we are here at Duke as Ellie Coleman on court number 4 is up 5-3 against Fernald. Meanwhile, we do see the University of Tennessee coming out with the win as well. So Tennessee wins 4-love. Or rather, we play on. It's now 2-love. 2-love for the University of Tennessee. As Tennessee got their second singles win from Layla Brites Riso with a 6-love, 6-love victory at court number 6. And meanwhile, we are in second sets on courts 4 and 5, Tennessee takes the first set. Rebecca Martena also at number 1 singles takes the first set as well. So we see Ellie Coleman now. 5-3 down, 30-15. Meanwhile, checking in with the USC men. The USC men do take the opening sets on 5 out of 6 of the singles courts, as Lerner Tien in court number 2 takes a 6-2 first set over Francisco Gay. But on court number 1, we are tied up at 5. Meanwhile, big serve from Ellie Coleman. That one does come back off the racket of Fernald. So Ellie Coleman now with a set point. Westhoff, we could see that set point graphic for Ellie Coleman from Duke. So that is set for Ellie Coleman. So meanwhile, we do see Duke cleaning up in these first sets. And Westhoff, let's switch things up, head to another court here for the Blue Devils as we check out court number 5, Westhoff. Or rather, court number 6, rather, as Brianna Schvetz is up 6-2-5 love now. Ooh. So it's 15-all. Brianna Schvetz is just 3 points away. I was looking at Brianna Schvetz's forehand technique. She's really straight to the ball, and that's helped her so much in college tennis. Not much fanfare on that forehand. Well, that one wasn't perfect, but in general, with Brianna Schvetz. So Schvetz now 30-all. With Emma Pellis, she looks to close out this match at number 6 singles. Schvetz with the look at the second serve. And something when she was playing at Princeton and when I was playing at Brown, something that was so lethal that she did was really attack girls' second serves. And so we'll see if she's able to continue that for 2 more points here against Emma Pell. And that does set up a match point for Brianna Schvetz. So Westhoff, we could see that match point graphic perfect. And Brianna Schvetz now, if you're a Duke fan, you love to see it. Schvetz really stepping up today after not being in the lineup for a good portion of the season. Brianna Schvetz finds herself in at 6. And it's absolutely cleaning up here. As we do see Brianna Schvetz take the win, some excitement from her, and it's a 6-2, 6 love win at court number 6. Duke is now up 2 love. over William and Marion. Westhoff, let's quickly head on over to court number 5. Court number 5 as the other Ivy League transfer, Yulia Bryzgalova, grad transfer out of Penn, is up 6-1 for love against Ine Stange. So we are seeing Blue Devils stepping in and stepping up here at home. And so Stange stays in it. 6-1, 4-1 now for Yulia Bryzgalova. Meanwhile, looking at the USC men, we do see 6-all now in that first set. In Westhoff, let's actually make USC our full screen at court 1. This is a pretty fun one. We have a first set tiebreak here between Stefan Dostanic and Francisco Bascon. So we do see Bascon taking the opening point. Looking at Dostanic, a senior out of Irvine, California. His 4th season at USC. He became only the 12th Trojan last season to be named Pac-12 Singles Player of the Year. Was also Pac-12 Doubles Team of the Year with Bradley Fry. He was an All-American in singles and doubles. As we see Dostanic now able to tie it up at 1-all. Meanwhile, Francisco Bascon from the University of Idaho was first team All Big Sky in singles last season, was the unanimous first team selection after going 14-3 in singles, including a 12-3 mark at number 1 singles. Bascon plans to run a tennis academy and become an agent after college.
Come on! Let's go!
Meanwhile, we do see some other Trojans, while this first set is still going on, are nearing completion on their matches. Court number 5, we do see is close to ending. We will catch that ending when it arises, but meanwhile, it is 6-all, 2-all here at court number 1. And again, Dostanic really looking for that forehand return, looking for ways to rush Bascon, who seems to have a lot of time today in the wind. So Bascon now up 3-2. Meanwhile, Dostanic seems to be losing patience a bit from the baseline again. Will really need to play doubly as good to win this tiebreak, because once your opponent starts believing, especially in a matchup like this between Idaho and USC. It's going to be tough. It's an uphill battle here for Dostanic at this point. As we see Bascon grips and rips that forehand return. He's up 4-2 as these players switch sides. Idaho 15-8 this year, 5-2 in their conference. They do win the conference tournament to punch a ticket into the NCAAs, winning the Big Sky. They were not the 1 or 2 seeds. They took down the 1 and 2 seeds. 4-3 over Sacramento State and 4-3 over Northern Arizona University. Dostanic having a bit of trouble there with his first serve. And that's a 5-2. First set tiebreak. Advantage to Bascon. So that's now 5-3, but still uphill battle for Dostanic, who has just suffered from a few too many unforced in this breaker. Meanwhile, we might have to hop over to some other matches, as we do see the Trojans are up 5-1 in second sets on courts 5 and 6. But Bascon can take that set point, and after that, we will head to court number 6. And that is a double fault on set point from Bascon. So now Dostanic has a chance to at least serve his way to stay in this breaker. And meanwhile, Westhoff, we're actually going to have to head over to court number 6, as we do have a match point. Ludwig Westrate is up 6-1, 5-1 over Mario Duran. So let's go to court number 6 at USC, as we see if we can catch this match point. We actually have 2 consecutive match points. We have Bradley Fry up 6-1, 5-1, 40 love at the same time on court number 5. So USC looking to close out some matches here. And so that is too good from Ludwig Westrate. That's a 6-1, 6-1 win at court number 6. USC at the same time gets a 6-1, 6-1 win from Bradley Fry. So USC is now up 3 love over Idaho. It's a 3 love advantage for the Trojans, after they get the doubles point and 2 singles matches. And meanwhile, we do see Francisco Gay from Idaho doing a fantastic job at court number 2 of trying to send this one to a second set. Meanwhile, to a third set rather, as he's up 4-1. So we can head over there, Westhoff, to court number 2 at USC. Meanwhile, we do see Francisco Bascon takes the first set over Stefan Dostanic, 7-6. Meanwhile, Yulia Brazgalova, match point. So it's a deuce point, match point, deciding point for Yulia Brazgalova from Duke. Brazgalova with a short ball. The point continues. As Yulia Brazgalova takes it 6-1, 6-1 on court number 5. Duke takes another win at the bottom of the lineup as the Blue Devils extend the lead to 3-love over William and Mary. So meanwhile, Westhoff, let's actually head to court number 3 at Duke. Court number 3 as Georgia Drummy is up 6-2, 4-1 over Sofia Kazina. Oh, and meanwhile, we do see Chloe Beck, though, 2 points away. So Beck now up 5-4 in this second set. And meanwhile, I guess we can check in with court number 3 in the meantime at Duke during that changeover, as we do see Drummy up 6-2, 4-1 with So we see here Emma Jackson on court number 2. Up a set and 4-1. So meanwhile, we do have a deuce point deciding point here on 3. So Emma Jackson now up 5-1. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's go to court number 1. Court number 1 as Chloe Beck is just 2 points away. She's up 6-2, 5-4 over Hedda Gerholt. So Beck now with the second serve. Chloe Beck with the defense. That is too good, though, off the racket of Gerholt. Some nice hands with that drop shot. And meanwhile, Chloe Beck did have a breakout tournament at the 100K USTA Pro Circuit event in South Carolina. The same one that Emma Navarro won. Chloe Beck qualified for the tournament by winning 4 matches, including a dominant 6-1, 6-0 win over Elizabeth Mandlik. She's ranked 146 in the world before falling 6-1, 6-2 to Peyton Stearns, eventual finalist in that tournament. And that is match 6-2, 6-4 for Chloe Beck, as Duke takes a 4-love win over William & Mary. The Blue Devils advance at home in the first round of the Big Dance in a relatively straightforward decision over William & Mary, who win yet another CAA conference title, advancing to the NCAAs. Congratulations to William & Mary. And meanwhile, Duke advances at home. And here we have Adeshina up 6-4, 5-2 over Lai on the left side of our screen. Meanwhile, on the right side of our screen, we see Lerner Tien is actually down 4-3 in the second set to Gay here on court number 2. So we have our last 2 remaining matches of the day. Again, this is your host, Peri Sheinin. Thank you for sticking with me all morning, evening, and night. I am joined by super producer Daniel Westhoff, who makes all of this possible. And from our team here at Crack Rackets, we thank you for joining us all season, and also here for the NCAA opening rounds here on the Crack Rackets YouTube channel or on ncaa.com, wherever you are choosing to tune in tonight. As we see Lerner Tien here trying to work his way back into the second set. Meanwhile, Tennessee takes a number of first sets, but is struggling in some second sets. We do see at number 1 singles, Daniela Hilikova is up 4-3 in the second set against Rebecca Martena, after Martena does take the opening set 6-1, 6-2. So 6-4, 5-3. Adeshina just 3 points away. So I do like the unconventional style that Lai is bringing to this court on court number 4. As we see a bit of underhand serving going on, a bit of drop shotting. It's fun. College tennis is fun, and some of these girls really play with a lot of variety now, which is very cool to see. So Esther Adeshina now. 6-4, 5-3, 40-15. You know what that means, Westhoff. It is match point for Esther Adeshina and the Tennessee Volunteers. And that is match 6-4, 6-3 for Esther Adeshina. She works through that match, gets it done on court number 4. Tennessee is now up 3-love. in this opening match in the NCAA Team Championship. So Tennessee needs one more over Southeast Missouri State. And the question is, where will that come from? As we see this Tennessee team up 7-6, 1 love on court number 2 with Daria Kutzer. And here on court number 2, we do see a deuce point deciding point. Huge point in the outcome of this match here on court number 2 between Gay and Tien. And Lerner Tien ties it up at 4 here on court number 2 at USC. So meanwhile, we do see the Trojans just need one more. And at the same time, we do see it's 4-all on court number 3. So Westhoff, let's actually check in with court number 3 at USC as Peter Mack is up 6-1. It's 4-all against Bruno Casino from the University of Idaho. Peter Mack is sophomore studying journalism. Originally from Budapest, Hungary, his highest career singles ranking was number 26 in the nation. Highest career doubles ranking, number 76. Both of those standings came last season in 2022, his freshman year. So Casino now 2 chances to take a 5-4 lead. It's a second serve opportunity here for Mack. The defense here. Mack with the hands. And that is too good. Off the racket of Bruno Casino. And Casino takes a 5-4 lead in the second set. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head back to the battle between Lerner Tien and Francisco Gay as Lerner Tien looking to close this out for the Trojans. The Trojans need some help right now. Again, Idaho putting up a battle here at USC. So it's a 3-love decision here for Tennessee and USC, both of the host sites tonight at 7:17 p.m. Eastern Time. But the question for both of these squads is, where will that 4th point come from? As we're seeing some very contested matches that are still in progress here. So Tien now has 2 chances to break. And he does. 5-4 Lerner Tien lead. So Learner Tien, the freshman who only got eligible in April to play after having some success on the Pro Tour as well. Tien has the chance to close this out for USC. Meanwhile, Daria Kutzer up 7-6, 2-1 now for Tennessee on the left side of our screen. And meanwhile, Westhoff, while we're waiting for that changeover, let's take a look at Francisco Bascon on court number 1 at USC, who has found a way in that first set to take it 7-6 and is now up 3-1 against Stefan Dostanic. So some gritty tennis going on here this evening. So we do see here on court number 3, Tennessee dropping the opening set. Ksenia Shikhanova takes it 7-5, but Eleonora Molinaro is up 4-2 in the second set. And looking at Eleonora Molinaro for Tennessee, a junior out of Luxembourg City. She's 34-29 overall in singles, 28-22 in doubles. She posted a 6-7 record in singles her junior season, as well as a 10-5 record on that doubles court. As she takes on Ksenia Shikhanova. Ksenia Shikhanova is the senior out of Russia. Shikhanova had a standout season for the Redhawks the past 2 years. In 2022, she tied the team with 13 singles wins. And rather this past fall, she led the Redhawks with a singles record of 13-1, including starting this season with a 7-0 mark. But we do see Molinaro taking that 5-2 advantage in that second set, so Westhoff, let's head on back over to court number 3. Or rather, that is our court. Let's go back to court number 2. Court number 2 at Tennessee. As we see Daria Kutzer taking that first set, and she's now up 2-1, 30 love in the second. And so we're seeing here Bascon with that 7-6, 3-2 lead over Stefan Dostanic. And meanwhile, Westhoff, let's head on back over to see if Learner Tien is able to close out this match against Francisco Gay. Meanwhile, in court number 3, Bruno Casino takes that second set 6-4. So we're headed to a third on court number 3. So straightforward has not been the word for Tennessee and USC in these opening matches in the NCAA tournament. So we do see Lerner Tien, the lefty closest to our screen, is able to control that point, so it's 15-all. And looking at Lerner Tien as a whole before his college tennis career. He's a freshman out of Irvine, California, but he was a blue chip recruit in juniors. He won the boys 18 national championship in Kalamazoo at only age 16. So he played in the main draw of the U.S. Open. He was the youngest player to compete in the men's U.S. Open singles draw since 2005. Lerner Tien also won the boys doubles title, the 2023 Australian Open Junior Championships, and no big deal, but he was also a finalist in singles. So Lerner Tien now serving it up at 30-15. So Lerner Tien finishes that with nice simple play, as he has multiple chances to go up 6-5. Here against Francisco Gay, a sophomore out of Argentina. He won 8 matches for the Vandals last season, as we do see Lerner Tien taking a 6-5 lead here on court number 2. So meanwhile, Tien up 6-2, 6-5 on court number 2, as we see the players returning to the court here on 2. And meanwhile, Tennessee's Daria Kutzer looking to be the answer for the Volunteers. As it's 3-2, she leads after taking the first set. And Westhoff, in the meantime, let's head on over to court number 3. Court number 3 at Tennessee. Court number 3 at Tennessee as Eleonora Molinaro. It's up 5-3 in the second set after dropping a tough first set, 7-5 to Kaznia Shakanova. So Molinaro looking to send this match to 3 sets. And you know what, Westhoff? Let's actually bounce on over to court number 5. Court number 5 at Tennessee, as we do see Lauren Anzalata is up 3-love in the third set after some quick 2 sets here. 6-love, 3-6, and now she's up 3-love against Cosima Trinity Colonescu. Trinity Colonescu is a freshman out of France. She also enjoys horseback riding, and in junior, she competed in team aerobatics, where she won a championship with France. And Colonescu posted a record of 13-2 over the fall season. She's majoring in psychology. And meanwhile, Anzalata, of course, joins the Volunteers after a stint at Tyler Junior College where she helped the Apaches to 2 back-to-back NCAA team championships. Rather, NJCAA team championships. And she was the top-rated player out of Puerto Rico and the U.S. territories. She was a 5-star recruit before committing to college. And she won the Hardcourt Nationals in girls 16 doubles. And she hopes to be a criminal defense attorney after going to law school. As we see that she's going to have less and less to defend here, as Anzalata is now up 3-love 30 all this game. 2 points away from taking a 4-love lead. Meanwhile, we are playing a tiebreak here on court number 2 as Lerner Tien starts serving it out. Here on 2, he takes the opening point. And so it's 1-1 now. In this breaker is, again, Lerner Tien struggling a bit in the second set against the Vandals. But shout out to Francisco Gay for coming up with some big serves and even bigger forehands midway through the point to take advantage and take control. Meanwhile, Lauren Anzalata up 4-love in the third set. And Anzalata's done a nice job of really adjusting after dropping that second set. Came out just like she did in that first set here. Was doing a nice job of getting a bit more behind the ball, doing a little bit better job with the adjustment steps, the small steps that make her ball striking so clean. So we do see Lerner Tien unsuccessfully coming to the net there, so we're tied up at 2. Meanwhile, Lauren Anzalata overwhelms Kalinescu a bit with that serve return off that forehand side, so 30-15, Anzalata leads. And that is a tight miss there from Gay on court number 2. So Tien now up 3-2 in this breaker. So we switch sides at 3-all here on court number 2 as Lerner Tien tries to find a way to stay on offense. It has not been easy. Tien struggling a bit with decision-making, I would say. Just coming up a little bit on unrealistic approach shots. But we do see Kalinescu on the left side of our screen fighting back with Southeast Missouri State. So 4-1, Lauren Anzalata leads on court number 5. So Westhoff, let's actually hop back on over during this changeover. Actually, rather, here we are. Perfect. You read my mind. Super producer Daniel Westhoff, always the GOAT. So 7-6, Kutzer takes that first set in. Now it's 3-all in that second set for Tennessee. So the Volunteers have a few different pathways to get this last singles match, but it's not going to be easy as Southeast Missouri State has put up quite a battle. And talking about battles, Lerner Tien takes that first at 6-2, and now it's 6-all, 4-all. Here on court number 2. As Tien is able to rip that forehand inside out, and now he's 2 points away against Francisco Gay. For Tien leads. Meanwhile, on the left side of our screen, Southeast Missouri putting up a battle with multiple break points here in the second set. So Tien has 2 match points. Westhoff, if we could see that match point graphic for Lerner Tien. Match point for Lerner Tien and the Trojans. And he gets it done. The freshman, Lerner Tien. For love for University of Southern California. 6-2, 7-6 for Lerner Tien. USC gets through the opening round of the big dance, but that was not easy. Shout out to the University of Idaho for making that very tough on USC. Idaho, of course, winning the Big Sky tournament this year, beating the number 1 and 2 seeds in that bracket 4-3 in each decision. So the University of Idaho having quite a season, but they are not able to overcome USC as the Trojans make it through, and it feels more like a breath of relief for the Trojans. They are on to the next round of the NCAA tournament, and that brings us to our last match today here on Cracked Rackets. As we see multiple pathways to 4, but who will be the first to get the win for Tennessee? And right now it looks like Lauren Anzalata. So Westhoff, let's actually hop on over to court number 5 as Anzalata is up 4-1 in that third set, and she's taking on Cosima Trinity Kalinescu. But we will stay here for that deciding point first. Daria Kutzer looks to outlast Terahova. She grips and rips there. And Kutzer, a 4-3 in this second set. So 7-6, 4-3 over Terahova. Daria Kutzer playing very gritty tennis here. And now, Westhoff, we can hop on over to court number 5 during that changeover, as we do see Lauren Anzalata is up 4-1 in that third set. So Anzalata now 40-30. So 2 chances to go up 5-1. Anzalata survives. It's 5-1. Some great defense from that return off the racket of Lauren Anzalata. So just 1 game away for the Tennessee Volunteers. It's Lauren Anzalata continues a standout performance for Tennessee again. After not being in the lineup for some of the season, Lauren Anzalata makes the doubles and singles lineup tonight for the Volunteers. But 15-love, Kalinescu leads. Anzalata playing very gritty defense here. Nice depth from both players. And Anzalata forced to hit an overhead and misses it. Shout out to Kalinescu for the defense, for that grittiness. Meanwhile, Daria Kutzer at court number 2 for Tennessee, up 7-6, 4-3. But now it is 30-15 for Kalinescu. And that is a double fault, so Anzalata hangs in this game. Lauren Anzalata with some great defense there. And again, the name of the game for Anzalata has been offense. That's how she's been able to control these points. But at the same time, the unforced errors from Kalinescu are a direct result of Anzalata's defense. As we do see Anzalata taking a 30-15 lead here on court number 5. Match point for Lauren Anzalata and the Tennessee Volunteers. Westhoff, can we see that match point graphic for the University of Tennessee? Anzalata's there. She's scrambling, and that is wide, and Tennessee takes it for love. Lauren Anzalata, 6-love, 3-6, 6-1 over Kalinescu here on court number 5. The University of Tennessee is thrilled to get through this first round because this was not easy. Again, not easy for the Volunteers doing a little dance on the court. We love to see it. Love to see it for love for the University of Tennessee Volunteers. They're through. The host site is through to the second round of the big dance here at Rocky Top. And it's been a day. It has been a day here on Cracked Rackets. We thank you for joining us. This is your host, Peri Sheinin, and super producer, Daniel Westoff. Hey, we've been here since 10 a.m. Thank you to the college tennis diehard fans who have stuck with us all day, all afternoon, all evening, all night. We'll be here again tomorrow and Sunday, of course, on the Cracked Rackets YouTube channel, and of course on NCAA.com. These were the opening rounds of the big dance today, the first NCAA action that we had in 2023. We had that all for you here on Cracked Rackets, and of course, a day full of action will repeat itself tomorrow. Who knows what will happen? Who knows? Because this is the big dance. Anything can happen. We saw that. So all of the host sites did defend their home courts today here on my stream, but we definitely don't know. Moving forward, some of the teams looked a little shaky to open up this 2023 season. Of course, we'll have to see how that all evolves here on Cracked Rackets. Again, this is Peri Sheinin, joined by the best producer, Daniel Westoff. We're signing off. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.